All right, and we're live. So today we are gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo, the second episode, also known as the Shell Part 2 Purgatorio. So yesterday we have checked out the second half, essentially, of the whole Hitogata backstory, which is a thing that happened way before the war took place. And as you know, this game takes place in 1957. Well, overwhelmingly, at least, I guess you could say. And as a result of that, all we've saw thus far must be connected in some way to the present. And we had some glimpses, I guess, into what that could actually be yesterday. So, the session before the one yesterday, we mainly got like introduced to the different characters living there in Hitogata village, and yeah, we had the three big families, the Shigusas, the Kuroyas, and the biggest one of them all, the Hinagamis, and they all were in charge of affairs essentially in the village, but mainly the Shigusas and Hinagamis, and they were in our session yesterday making preparations for the upcoming festival that takes place every year on March 3rd. But this year's or that year's festival was special because the Oracle was performing a dance for the first time in years, and coincidentally, the last time that happened was many years ago, and shortly after there was an incident, a murder, and wouldn't you know it, the same thing happened again this time. Um, it is a bit of a long story, but you know we had some glimpses into Sachan potentially being the Oracle, but then it turned out that she actually wasn't, because she was watching the ceremonial dance together with the others. And but it is interestingly enough, the we were talking about that a little bit previously because it seemed kind of odd the way the story was told. Previously, we had some suspicions that in the storehouse there might be another person that Sachan is talking to, and that actually seems to be the case. So Sachan indeed was watching the dance, but another person who must look very similar to her was performing the dance, and yeah. So afterwards, they it was this, this game always describes things from the murderer's perspective. So we got like an insight into how a group got to arrive at the house of a sick woman, and once they arrived there, they did the same thing as we saw early in the game in the present time, that is 1957, where they just killed a woman with a dagger and then basically cut her open and put the clay doll inside. And everyone, of course, in the village put that down as the curse of Lord Hina, which is like the local god of the village. But it can only be worshipped by the Hinagami family. And if you worship it wrong, then, or worship a fake Lord Hina, this curse is supposed to come after you. So yeah, the murder happened, and Nanako, the nurse of the Kuroyas, discovered the body, and then the whole police investigation started. And there was this guy, a police inspector called Inui from the Toyama Prefectural Police Office, who apparently was involved with the case that happened many years ago. And he was kind of hoping to get another chance to get behind all of it, to uncover the mysteries of what is happening in this village. So yeah, they investigated the crime scene, and he was not very surprised about what he found. And yeah, so what else? I guess we can say about it. He questioned some of the people in the village, but none of them were like particularly helpful. They were like sticking together, not giving away a lot of information, not more than necessary. They didn't let him talk to the Oracle, for instance. And yeah. So eventually he would like call another meeting in, and with all of the involved parties like the Shigusas and the Hinagamis. And during this meeting, another murder happened. But this time it was, I guess you could call the second Sachan killing the first one, for lack of a better description, I guess. So what actually happened there was the second one was jealous of the first one, because the first one had, as I described previously, she was like getting closer to Ayato of the Hinagamis, the youngest son, and they eventually had like an affair, or no, I guess affair is the wrong word. They just did it. So yeah, she had something that the other Sachan that stayed in the storehouse and potentially, or most likely, did the ceremonial dance didn't have. And that made her mad. And yeah, our Sachan that we know, she got killed in a very gruesome way. So the other one took like a measle and a hammer and she amputated all her limbs. And then she took the body and suspended it on a torii gate on the way leading up to the shrine. So yeah, that was a sight, man. And of course, it destroyed Ayato when he noticed it, because he wanted to talk to Sachan again after the festival. He was in love with her. And yeah, they found the body there. And the inspector was still there, but he had a difficult time making like anything of that, because all the like suspicious parties were in the same location where he also was at that current moment in time. And at least officially, nobody knew of the existence of a second girl in that storehouse. So yeah, that was basically that. They had previously, like the young people, decided to check out the crime scene and where this woman was murdered previously. And during the course of that, he also asked like for the details of Sachan. And after the murder, the inspector followed up on that. And it turns out there was apparently a Shigusa living in Tokyo at some point where she claims to come from. But yeah, she hasn't been there for a long time, so there was actually not much going on anymore after that. They pretty quickly dropped the investigation. And that's when we return to the present time, where we're gonna start from today. We did a little bit there, where we followed up on this suicide attempt there of Masaki, who is looking like he's gonna pull through, because Yukari accompanied him to the hospital, and then Reiji went over to the hospital and acted as a blood donor because he has O blood type. But yeah, that's pretty much all we have. Reiji went to Natsume afterwards, the coroner, and asked a little bit about, information about this case that happened. Kami's was involving the nurse Kamizono. What was her name? Mayu, I think. Yeah. So yeah, but they didn't really get all that many information on that yet. But yeah, that's how far we got, and we are gonna continue right now. Let me just quickly set everything else up. Yeah, I think I sent out all my messages for the stream, so we should be able to get started right away. Yeah, looking good. Okay. So, sound. Okay, good. So, well, then let's get started. This is Oba Gold's Academy. It was just another day at Oba Girls Academy. Yukiko Kayahara sat at the back of her classroom there. Lectures that had become part of her daily routine were playing out before her. All she heard were the teacher's voice and pencils slithering across paper. This level of silence would have been positively inconceivable at her previous school. That wasn't to say Yukiko hated it, however. Quite the contrary, she gladly welcomed it. Here she could just focus solely on her classes. There were no whispering or giggling of students to distract her in this place. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Oba was still a school when one got down to it, so of course there was little chit-chat flying around during breaks. Though it was still rather subdued compared to other schools, that being said. Save for one individual anyway. Hey Kari, you got any plans for the rest of the day? So by the way, I did turn down the game sound a little bit because when I watched the VOD yesterday, I had the feeling that you could hear me, but I felt like it was a little quiet. Could be a bit loud. I could be a bit louder compared to the game. Kohane Tori, one of her classmates, marched over to the seat in front of Yukiko. Or rather, over to Yukari Tokisaka, more specifically. Yukari had been the first classmate to ever introduce herself to Yukiko. Fortunately, yes, sorry about that. Yukari grabbed her bag and rose to her feet. Oh, you mean you're skipping club too? Yes, I have to go to the hospital, you see. What? Not carrying a bun in the oven, are you? What would ever give you that idea? I'm just going to visit someone, that's all. Yukiko casually listened in on the conversation. Oh, someone you know is in the hospital? Yes. You could say that, I suppose. She doesn't really know him, but, you know. That's too bad. Hope they will get well soon. Thank you, me too. Yukari headed for the door, only to abruptly swivel around. Kohane, Kayahara, I'll see both of you tomorrow. Oh, she made an extra effort to address her too, even though she's... If I had to take a guess, she probably didn't make any efforts to start conversations, right? Huh? Oh, yes. Goodbye. Yukiko was flustered by that unexpected occurrence, but she managed a response regardless. Hey, Yukiko. This time it was Kohane who turned to her. Yes? What do you say we walk home together? Oh, I'm sorry, but I've got somewhere to be as well, so... Yukiko frantically arose to her feet. That's a shame. Oh well, see you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow. Yukiko fled out into the hallway. Truth be told, she had no plans to speak of. Yukiko shook her head. Why do I keep doing this? It wasn't like Kohane was a stranger. Still, that was exactly why Yukiko didn't want Kohane to interact with her. What with the stigma hanging over Yukiko's head and all. However, the more she told herself that, the lonelier she grew. Unfortunately, nothing came to mind when she contemplated how to solve that dilemma. Well, I mean, just have to put yourself out there, right? And I know very well that's easier said than done. Yukari took the train from Musashi Sakai Station over to Nakano, then walked the rest of the way to Kuchiki Hospital. The closer she got, the heavier her feet weighed her down. The man didn't regain consciousness after the blood transfusion last night. But what about today? Yukari sincerely hoped he had. Then once it stabilized, she wanted to ask why he'd pulled a stunt like that. She couldn't understand why he would choose to take his own life. Yukari could imagine he'd fall on some hard times, but she wouldn't know the truth unless she asked. Ultimately, her only choice was to go visit him in person, much as the notion gave her pause. A can't stop now. Not after I've already gotten so far. Yukari strolled through the doors to the hospital. Though it was a Friday afternoon, there was still plenty of patients around. Yukari passed by the waiting room and headed toward the inpatient ward. Oh, Dr. Yamanouchi. Why, hello there, Miss Tokisaka. Are you here to check on Mr. Masaki? Yes. Yukari nodded honestly. She couldn't come up with another reason she'd be here. Man, yeah, it's no really thing you need to necessarily keep private anyway, I guess. Unfortunately, still not allowed any visitors. Has he not regained consciousness yet? I'm afraid not. He's stable and his antibodies displayed no hostility to your brother's blood, but he still hasn't shown any signs of waking. Koharu shook her head. I see. Just so you're aware, Mr. Masaki's doctor says he may need to be put to sleep for a while once he regains consciousness. So he won't try to hurt himself again, I take it. Yukari realized that, but said nothing. Thank you for keeping me informed. I'll be going then. Alright, please be careful. Yukari bowed and took her leave. It wasn't like she had any other business here at that moment, so there was no more reason for her to stay. Well, I guess she's time now to hang out. Well, it's probably too late at this point. But yeah, she's a good one. She always cares about other people, even if she doesn't know them at all. Saturday's classes ended in the morning. Hey there, hey Yukari, you going back to the hospital today? Kohane wasted no time hailing her friend. No, there's no need for me to visit daily. I'd just be a bother at this point. Yukari shook her head. So I'll be attending club instead. Then I guess I'll tag along. I am a member of the art club after all. You say that, yet you never draw anything. I am still appreciating the arts. Think I should get a pass for that. Can't say I've ever seen you do that either. That being said, Yukari was just happy to have company. Oh hey, I know. Kohane circled behind Yukari. You should join us too, Yukiko. I bet you'd have a blast. What? Yukari turned around upon hearing that surprised yelp. Kohane was trying to literally drag Yukiko out of her seat. But I can't draw, so it's no big deal. You may say no now, but it feels really good once you get used to it. What does that even mean? So with that all said, what say we get a move on, Kari? Alright. Say, Kayahara, are you really okay with this? I suppose a short visit wouldn't hurt. Yukiko nodded. Though hesitant, it really didn't seem like she was opposed to the idea. Alright then, I'm ready when you are. Yukari led Kohane and Yukiko out of the classroom. Please, make yourself at home. Yukari beckoned Yukiko into the club room. If you say so. Yukiko, who hadn't said so much as a single word on the way over, finally stepped inside. Meanwhile, Kohane had already beat them there. Wow. Yukiko gasped in awe. Sorry, it's such a mess. Yukari and Kohane hadn't bothered putting away the chairs and easels. Oh no, it's alright. Please have a seat. Yukiko quietly did as she was asked after Yukari gestured to her chair. Yeah, it's good that she finally has, even though she was practically forced into it, she finally gets that social interaction she was craving for, right? Her eyes swam around the club room with fascination. Yukari set a row of art books near Yukiko for her own viewing pleasure. Feel free to take a look at any of those. Okay. Yukiko timidly reached out to one of them. Yukari just quietly watched, giving her classmate some space. She figured someone looking over Yukiko's shoulder would only make the poor girl nervous. If possible, she wanted Yukiko to join the art club. Thus, making this room a comfortable environment for her was extremely important. Hey, Kari, isn't this the part where you're supposed to serve tea and snacks? Why would we have any of those? Doing so would drive the club's purpose into utter confusion. Like a certain light music club in anime, right? Yukari took a seat of her own before whipping out a large book and a sketchbook. Holy crap, you could probably kill someone with that. You mean to tell me you were lugging this heavy thing around all day? I brought it from my home library. My brother has a whole collection of books just like these. Wow, but your brother's a detective, right? So why does this have something to do with that line of work then? Oh, honestly, he's always been more of a bookworm than a detective. Yukari flipped through the pages. It was a book written in some European language. Can you read any of that? It's Greek, so not really, no. I just like the pictures. Every weeb who can't speak Japanese, right? Looking at manga. Who's that woman supposed to be, the Virgin Mary? Yes, though I don't know the artist. Wow, what a pretty picture. I know, right? Actually, I tried basing a rough sketch of this painting, but I don't feel like it turned out very well. Yukari opened her sketchbook and showed the page to Kohane. Well, I mean, it's better than anything I could ever draw, so... Crazy? I think you did a really good job. Oh no, there's plenty of room for improvement. Hey, Yukiko, why don't you take a look-see? Kohane signaled Yukiko over. Uh-oh, Come on, don't be a party pooper. Kohane hauled Yukiko over. Here you go. Keep in mind that it's still a work in progress, though. Yukari handed Yukiko a sketchbook. Thank you. Yukiko gazed down upon the sketchbook. Yukari was a bit embarrassed to witness someone stare so intently at her work. You drew this? Yes, though I still have much to learn. There'd once been someone far better than her in this club. Man, Toko, huh? Or rather, someone whose art had been flush with soul. Yukari's heart ached every time she saw the pictures that girl had left behind. I wonder if I'll ever be that good. Yukiko? Kohane curiously regarded Yukiko. Oh, I'm sorry, I just couldn't take my eyes off it. Yukiko closed the sketchbook and passed it back to Yukari. So, what's the verdict? You like the place? Well, can't force you to join, but I will say that I would be thrilled to have you around. Yukari decided to be frank with Yukiko. But I've never drawn before. That makes two of us. Relax, you're in good company. I don't know if that's much of a consolation, I guess. Yukiko hung her head, struggling to find the proper words. Much as she wanted to hear her answer, Yukari didn't want to pressure her either. What should I... Alright, if you would have someone like me... Yes, good job, Yukiko. Yukari almost missed her answer. You really mean that? Yes. So long as I'm not a bother, anyway. Don't say that. We don't think of you that way at all. Thank you, Kayahara. Yukari instinctively took Yukiko's hands into her own. Oh, you're welcome. Anyway, I've got to say, I'm surprised you draw something like this, Kari. Kohane studied the portrait of Virgin Mary from that book as she spoke. Well, I didn't have much of a choice. Why not? You see, there aren't exactly all that many things left for me to draw when winter comes. Or at least, anything I want to draw. She probably wants to draw bugs, right? Right, yeah. Kohana nodded, clearly understanding what her friend was all alluding to. Ah, you mean like flowers or plants? She has no clue. Yukiko, the only one not in the know, cocked her head in confusion. I roll up to the hospital's visitor lot. There were barely any patients around, probably because it was a Saturday afternoon. Once parked, I stepped out into the frigid December air and went in through the front door. Excuse me, Dr. Yamanouchi. Koharu was standing around in the lobby. Oh, there you are. Been waiting for you. It seemed her schedule was free, probably because I'd called ahead to let her know I'd be dropping by. Sorry to keep bogging you at work like this. It's fine, really. You're here because you have questions, yes? Catch on quick. I was hoping to ask you about Mayu Kamizono, a nurse who used to work here. Very well. Let's take this over there then. So, I don't think that Eiji has officially gotten, like, instructions of Yaginuma to be involved in the case. It just was like, yeah, do what you want. I can't stop you from investigating or something like that. Although, he might have actually wanted him to do it. He never said it directly because, of course, that would be below him, right? I didn't exactly want any prying ears listening in on our conversation, so I gladly took her up on the offer. Koharu closed the door once I stepped through it. So, you want to know about Mayu Kamizono? Yes. I was hoping you could tell me what kind of company she kept and the like. Just a word of warning first, she and I worked in different departments, so I'm not party to many details. Koharu sounded sincerely apologetic. What part of the hospital did she work in? She'd been a nurse at a psych ward the last 2 years, and give or take. She was clearly a bit reluctant to answer. A psych ward. Since 2 years ago, that would mean... Yeah. Koharu could only nod. It told me everything. Tamaki Saito, no. Makoto Rokushiki had worked as a doctor at this hospital's psych ward up until 2 springs ago. He'd been arrested as the serial killer behind several murders committed nearly 8 years ago, and was still in police custody to this day. I never would have guessed that the victim had once worked for him. That said, since that was 2 years ago, I take it I should assume he had nothing to do with this case. I knew just how reckless it would be to jump to conclusions. It wouldn't have surprised me if his obsession had been leaving disasters in its wake for decades. Then again, I also have to consider that one of Rokushiki's old patients may be responsible. Perhaps you're right, but... that idea would open its own can of worms, such as how said patient couldn't be charged if they weren't fully accountable for their actions. After all, even the woman before me had once murdered her own baby in a fit of mental instability. Damn, I can't remember that at all from the first game, honestly, but apparently that happened. There wasn't much choice but to throw your hands in the air at times like those. You know if Mrs. Kamizono interacted with any unusual individuals? Say you don't know much, but anything that comes to mind would be greatly appreciated. I don't think she did, no. Then was she religious or anything? Not especially from what I've heard. I say, consider that the clay doll stuffed in her abdomen might have been an icon of some religious ceremony, but it seemed the jury was still out on that front. Was she particularly good friends with any of her co-workers? I'm not sure. It was nice to just about everyone, you see. This angle was looking more and more like a dead end the further we spoke, but I still couldn't imagine Mayukami's owner's death had been a spur-of-the-moment killing. Oh? Koharu's eyes suddenly whirled toward the door. What could all that commotion be? Think something happened? I could hear numerous people racing for the halls. Excuse me, but I have to go check this out. That's fine, I wasn't planning on staying much longer anyway. Koharu left the room and caught the attention of a passing nurse. What seems to be the trouble? Oh, Dr. Yamanouchi, that girl snuck out of her room. Again? Alright, let's split up and look for her. I guess by that girl, they mean the one with the bandages that we've briefly seen before we went back to that whole Hitogata segment. I don't remember what her name was, but we'll probably find out in a second. The nurses took off running. Did I hear that right? A patient escaped? It would seem so. Oh, it was Michiru, right. Because I made the connection to the Michiru from Grisaya when I last saw her. It seems so. Unfortunately, we can't exactly keep them locked in their rooms around the clock, so we get incidents like this every now and then. Sounds like you guys have it rough. Just wish it didn't have to be this way. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I'll have to go help them. Koharu bowed and dashed down the hallway. Probably for the best that I stay out of their way. I turned to leave with that thought in mind, when suddenly something rolled by my feet at that precise moment. Well, I couldn't exactly tell exactly what it was. It looked like some sort of fine china or glass or something. Curious, I picked it up and froze on the spot. It was a fake eye that had been painted onto a hollow sphere. The pupil was extremely well detailed, and the artist had even gone so far as to draw capillaries in the exact spots they were supposed to be. What is this doing here? I can't imagine it's the kind of thing your average Joe would be carrying in his pocket. Took a look around. Not too far away was a girl in pajamas who was squatting in the dark corner of the hallway, her hands smothering her face. Could it be?
Oi, Kimi.
Hey, kid. I strolled up to her, squatted down, and looked her in the face. Ugh. Several bandages wrapped around her head had loosened up. Her hands were covering her visage, so I couldn't make out her features. Ah! Suddenly she started clawing at her face.
Oi.
Whoa, hey, stop! I frantically grabbed her arm. Blood drenched my fingertips. What are you? Holy shit. Just then I saw her face. There was a gaping hole oozing with copper-red blood where her left eye should have been. I knew it, so this fake eye is hers then. No, ah! The girl shook her head and clawed at her eye socket with her free hand. Blood rained to the floor. Someone get the doctor quick! I shouted to anyone who could hear me as I restrained both of the girl's arms. Shockingly, the girl pushed back with strength I never would have expected from her scrawny frame. Miss Shirosaki. Koharu and the nurse came running over. Calm down, Michiru, it's okay, everything's fine. The girl named Michiru eased up when the two of them called out to her. Did you scratch yourself again? Koharu examined Michiru's eye. No, don't want to see it. Michiru shook her head. It's alright, there's nothing to be afraid of, okay? Koharu pacified her. Okay. I released Michiru once Koharu gave me the signal. We'll have to disinfect that. Where's her eye? Oh, I have it right here. Handed Koharu the fake eye. Thank you. Could I ask you to handle her treatment? Understood. I was gonna say, what is that Eiji gonna do here? Understood. Come on, Michiru, right this way. The nurse led Michiru away by the hand. Koharu turned to me. Terribly sorry about that. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. But what about her? She was covered in bandages, wasn't she? I'd felt bandages hidden under her sleeves when I grabbed her earlier. Yes, I'm sure you've caught on to her situation. Attempted suicide, huh? And not just once or twice either. It was that or non-lethal acts of self-harm. Whatever the case, she clearly couldn't be left to her own devices. I mean, she must be staying in the site. No, forget about it. It's got nothing to do with this case. And so I ultimately decided to quit while I was ahead. Well, there must be some connection, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have even introduced her, I'm pretty sure. I left Kuchiki Hospital and went home, but at the moment it feels difficult to even make any kind of connection. I left Kuchiki Hospital and went home. Man, this investigation couldn't be going any worse. Maybe it would be best if I returned to square one. It was possible I'd have to go over the initial suspect one more time. I knew a certain superintendent would never let me live it down after that big show I made of claiming that man was incapable of committing the crime if I did, though. Still, it was far preferable to letting the case go cold. Much as it sickened me to have to kneel to that asswipe, I saw no other way he'd be willing to part with the information I needed. Besides, a little bootlicking to get my hands on some info was as easy as pie. Or so I told myself, for my pride and sanity anyway. Yeah, the last thing that this guy needs is an ego boost, for sure. Welcome back, Reiji. Yukari was sitting in the living room, along with... Oh, you brought company. That certainly explained the extra pair of shoes by the front door. Yes, I'd like you to meet my friend Kohane Tori. Hey, yeah. Hope you don't mind that I'm crashing the place. That is a very liberal translation of ojamashimasu. But okay. We don't have to be too pedantic, right? Not at all. By all means, kick back and relax. Probably best I don't stick around longer than needed. Wouldn't want to be a third wheel. While I didn't mind some noise, I always felt awkward around groups I didn't mesh with. I returned to my room and sat down. Much as I wanted to have a smoke, there was no ashtray around. Oh well, guess I'll just have to grin and bear it. Nah, on second thought, screw that. I often did my best thinking over the drag of a cigarette. Thus I went out through the veranda. Once I'd reached my car, I leaned against it and lit up a smoke. Okay, time to resync the whole Mayu Kamizono murder. We have our first investigation sequence. This is an interesting part of the game, but you have to take into mind this is also a part of the game where you can easily mess up, and very quickly. So, I'm gonna see how far we can get without a guide, but we might have to rely on one, because it's not always self-explanatory what you have to do. Sometimes there's like investigation sequences, and if you don't find the right item, you might fail on a deduction thingy later on. But yeah, let's just see how it goes. According to Koharu, she was a nurse who'd been working at the psych ward of Kuchiki Hospital, or the Kuchiki Pathological Research Institute as it was known back in the day, over the past 2 years. Naturally, Rokushiki came to mind when considering those circumstances. Did he have anything to do with this murder? Probably not. Couldn't imagine he was involved. After all, the idea that he'd sown the seeds for this murder 2 years ago was simply ludicrous. When Yaginuma called me in for my my take on the case, I'd proven that the suspect they had in custody couldn't have possibly committed this crime. Although we do know that the suspect, Masaki that is, he did have direct contact with Saito or Rokushiki, if you will. But yeah, that doesn't necessarily have to mean anything. Though he'd met with Mayu Kamizono right before the murder, it was physically impossible for him to have killed her, since he'd been out like a light from the sleeping pills at the time she was killed. That had been my assertion. He'd legally obtained those pills from the hospital, and there were records stating as much, so the odds of any trickery being involved were slim. Even the reason Kamizono met with the suspect had been perfectly innocuous. She'd gone to his place to return something he'd left at the hospital. There were witnesses who'd heard a quarrel between the two, but if that had triggered the murder, then it made no sense as to why Kamizono had been killed in her own apartment. It was that notion that led me to conclude the suspect was innocent. Putting all that aside though, the biggest question mark in this case was the state of Kamizono's body. Or more specifically, that clay doll stuffed inside her abdomen. It felt akin to a tool in some sort of religious ritual. That said, I'd never heard of a custom like that. Still, that didn't mean there wasn't any such tradition or occult ceremony out there, of course. In any case, the fact remained that the state of the corpse demonstrated the murder had to have been planned out in advance to some degree. But whether or not this suspect of ours was capable of the crime remained up in the air. Okay, so that was the only choice we had to make. I wonder if that was the right one. But, you know, there's no reason for us to believe right now that Rokushiki was involved in that in any way, shape, or fashion. I chucked my stub of a cigarette into the car's ashtray. The issue was that I still didn't know just what kind of person the suspect was. I'd have to look into that on my own, so as long as Yaginuma wouldn't tell me, leaving Kuchiki Hospital as my best bet for leads at present. Though better than some place I'd never been before, I'd still be all kinds of uncomfortable since I knew so many people there. Oh yeah, why didn't he just ask Yamanouchi about the person, right? Responsible for all that with the sleeping pills? She would have told him for sure. I guess maybe Michiru was just a distraction there. So that's your bro, Yukari. Kohane brought that question to Yukari once that Eiji had retreated into his room. Yeah. He's kinda cool, huh? Yeah, he kinda is. I gotta admit. You really think so? Yukari cocked her head. An old friend of hers had said the same thing, but Yukari didn't see the appeal. Well, I suppose he does appear to be a fully functional adult on the outside anyway. Otherwise, he would never have made it as a detective. You don't say. Kohane's eyes shifted back to the literary magazine in her lap, as if to say she'd lost all interest in him. Knowing her, that was probably the case. Kohane had always been a fickle person at heart. Practically 85% of their conversations were about whatever random topics popped into her head. And yet, Yukari still hung out with her regardless. I feel like those are the easiest people to talk to, though. If they lead the conversation with whatever random shit comes into their head. She knew Kohane wasn't a bad person who ever meant ill. Which was why... Hey, can I confess to your brother? Confess what? My love, of course. Sure, go ahead. I was just kidding. I know. Even bizarre conversations such as these were simply part of their routine. By the way, Kari, speaking of routines, Yukari had long since gotten used to this tendency of Kohane's to change the subject on a dime. Yeah, what is it? It's great that we got Yukiko to join the club, huh? Indeed, it really is. Yukari meant that. She'd always wanted to do something for her new classmates, seeing as how Yukiko had been constantly alone ever since she'd transferred in. But it would have been made both of them uncomfortable if she'd been pushy about it, so Yukari had spent the longest time making no progress. I need to thank you too, Kohane. Huh, me? Nah, I didn't do squat. Kohane chuckled. That isn't true at all. Thank you so much. Yukari expressed her gratitude once more. Wonder how she feels about it. Yukiko. She did agree, of course. Hey there, Paizio. Good to see you. Later that day, after dinner. Eiji, don't you think it's about time we started writing our New Year's cards? Oh, it's, 7th of December, okay. Yeah, I guess. Alright, guess it's already that time of year, isn't it? We did indeed need to start working on those, or we'd never get them out in time. Neither of us sent any out last year because of all that had happened, but this was as good a year as any to start celebrating the new year again. We should send one to Ozumi, shouldn't we? Well, I've never done that before, but I guess we might as well now that he's no longer living in Tokyo. And could you please find out his address for me? Why not just send it to his station? I feel like that would be doing your friendship a grave disservice. Oh, but now that you mention it, Kyoko said that he's been sending her letters, so I'll ask her next time I see her. Right, is there anyone else we should send a card to? No one that I can think of. All my close acquaintances were people I already saw on a regular basis. And we probably didn't need to send anything to those I'd grown apart from. They've always been good to us, so I really think we at least owe it to the people in our lives to send them a sign of gratitude, don't you? Man, I hated it when she acted like I had no common sense, especially when she was right. I mean, I get what you're saying, but well... First people who fit that bill were Yaginuma and Natsume. The idea of sending them New Year's cards was just... ugh. Should we be sending one to the Takashiros too? Oh yeah, I almost forgot about them. Yeah. The other detective that you play in the prequel, I guess you could say. And, you know, his family. You get, like, the whole story, how he gets together with his wife. And, that sort of thing. And she also has, like, her wife has, like, a twin sister. It was a little bit crazy, but honestly a really fantastically written character, I feel. Because there's, like... she's being talked about, like, a long stretch throughout the game. And then all of a sudden there is one bad ending where she just makes her appearance and she doesn't even say anything special, but she just appears and you're like, whoa, holy shit, I didn't expect that at all. And man, that's... I never expected, like, an impact of, to be such, so great of a character you hadn't even seen yet. But yeah. Anyways, about that, we may be able to check that game out another time, but it has even more of these problematic scenes that I couldn't show on stream, so, you know, I probably would have to plan that better in advance to not show something we shouldn't be able... I am not allowed to. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about them. An old friend in the same profession probably did merit a card, all things considered. He used to send me letters practically every month, gushing about his newborn daughter, so I knew his address too. I'll write and send the one to Kyoko, alright? Thanks, that would be great. Writing the standard season greetings was easy enough, but I tended to get writer's block when it came to the personalized stuff after that. At some point it started feeling like a chore, and I'd leave them unfinished as a result. Why don't I make potato stamps then? I'd like to kindly ask that you quit while you're ahead. You're terrible at arts and crafts. Hey, come on, that doesn't mean I can't carve some stamps. I did it that one time, remember? Oh yes, you mean the ones that red? Oh, it's Happy New Year backwards, yeah, okay. Ugh. Oh, and didn't you also eventually start only carving H and Y because you found it too much of a bother to write the whole thing out? I'm shocked you remember all that. It was all but clear that this was a fight I couldn't win. That's because it was my winter break homework. I recall having to make them all by myself in the end. Well, hey, you know what they say, homework's pointless unless you do it yourself, right? I remember wishing I'd never asked you. Yukari heaved a weary sigh. But you were free to do the project on whatever you wanted, right? Couldn't you have just kept an observation journal on one of those bugs you love so much? Well, yes, I suppose. There isn't really much to say about rhinoceros beetle larvae when they're hibernating, right? Sounds like a guaranteed A+, though. Hell, I would have done it in a heartbeat. Wait, hold up, they're still larvae, right? Doesn't that mean they'd grow at least a little? I'd never be so cruel as to dig them out of the ground. Then why not study eggs instead? Well, they do say that silkworms hibernate in eggs for the winter. Where do you think I could get my hands on some? Hey, don't look at me. I may have all sorts of connections, but the sericulture industry's a little out of my wheelhouse. When I was in Japan, I once visited this island that is, mainly known for having a huge cat population. It's called Tashirojima, and it's off the coast of Miyagi Prefecture. And the way that even came about, the whole cat population, was because they were raising silkworms, and because apparently mice or rats are the natural enemies of them, they got a bunch of cats, and yeah, it kind of got out of control. Anywho, Sunday morning arrived. The radio crackled in the background, the news reporters discussing how today marked the 16th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Damn, it's already been that long? 12 years had come and gone since the end of the war. And I had the grey flecks of hair to prove it. Just then, the phone rang. Oh, I'll get it. Yukari was closer to the phone, so she raced over from the kitchen and picked it up. Hello, you've reached the Tokisaka residence. Oh yes, thank you for all you've done. Yes, he's right here. Guess that's for me. I got up and approached Yukari. Yes, understand. I'll let him know. Goodbye. Only for her to hang up without handing the phone over. Who was that? Mr. Yaginuma. Yeah, figured as much. Let me guess, he wants me somewhere ASAP, right? Where? Yeah, he asked you that you go to the Fuchu police station. Fuchu? Said you'd get the precise address there. I see. Sounds like a homicide. I donned my jacket. Pass me the car keys, would you? They're over there. Yes, of course. Yukari did as I asked. Getting to Fuchu would be faster by car. Not only that, but it'd make moving around afterward a walk in the park. Thanks, I'll see you later. Please be careful. I got onto Koganai Avenue of Itsukaichi Avenue and headed south, stopped over at the police station by Koshu Avenue, and then went back north of Fuchu Avenue. My ultimate destination was a residential district that was on the border of Kokubunji, home to a factory, hospital, and even a prison. Cops were stationed around an old tenement house that clearly had seen better days. Once I spotted a familiar face, or rather, the guy who summoned me to begin with, I pulled up to him in my car. Hey there, Yaginuma. Making a stunning entrance in your own personal car. What a cushy life you must lead, sir. He never misses a beat, that guy, to be a prick. And of course, he greeted me with nothing less than his signature sarcasm. So you know, you're barking up the wrong tree. This thing actually used to be Ozumi's. Anyway, I take it we've got a homicide on our hands. Yeah, some of the same culprit, no less. How do you know it's... Oh shit, don't tell me. Indeed, something was sewn in the victim's abdomen in precisely the same manner as last time. The medical examiner is inspecting the body as we speak. Click my tongue. That wasn't a one-off murder. That isn't all, the body was suspended on this occasion as well. What was the scene of the crime? I got out of my car. You're looking at it. The department right there. Most of the residents in this area are factory workers and students, so it's practically deserted during the daytime. Are you implying the estimated time of death was sometime during the day yesterday? Perhaps, though our examiner is of the mind, it was yesterday morning instead. That's what her first impression was, at least. It's right there, so please ask her for further details. It's gonna be Natsume, isn't it? My eyes followed Yaginuma's gaze. Natsume, clad in her doctor's coat, had emerged from one of their apartments. Looking at dead people 24/7 ain't doing my health no favors, you know. I'm starving here. Sorry to hear that. Huh? Oh well, if it ain't Tokisaka. Had to haul your hide a pretty long way again, eh? I'll be counting on it to do your ace detective thing. Now that's your plan. First, I need to know, was the victim's estimated time of death really yesterday morning? Well, it's winter and I still ain't examined the body all that closely yet, so I don't know for sure. But the state of rigor mortis indicates that it's been nearly 24 hours since she kicked it. You can bet on that. Her neighbor, a factory worker who came home this morning after working consecutive shifts the day before, was the one who found her body. It appears that he called the police to report a foul stench, and the officer they dispatched confirmed her death. Are you questioning the locals? But of course, I know how to do my job, thank you very much. There was that patented Yaginuma smarm? Does it mean charm? Because I never heard the word smarm before. Let me have a look. If that is a word. I don't see it as a noun anywhere, but oh well, let's just move on. We get the idea what it means anyways. But he was always like this, so I knew we'd never get anything done if I let it bug me. Alright, then what about the victim? Do we have an ID? Mizuki Itose, 30 years old. That's all we know at present. Mayo Kamizono was 25, right? Indeed, the two had nothing in common apart from both being in the prime of their lives. Relatively speaking, anyway. I tried to remember this Kawase woman that died in the settlement. She was pretty old, wasn't she? Well, I guess the drawing of her didn't look so old, but she was at least widowed, that's for sure. But that could be me. That doesn't necessarily mean she's 60 or anything, right? Did they look anything alike then? You can see that for yourself, can you not? Point taken, mind showing me the way, Natsume? Okay, I'll quickly cover it up just so I can see how bad it is before I show it. Okay. Seriously, Natsume eating jelly strips at the crime scene? No, don't take the bait, Eiji. That's just what she wants. You. That was tasty. You ready? Natsume led me to the crime scene. Ugh. My nostrils drowned in a dense miasma of blood the moment I stepped into the apartment. Given the state of this district, the place probably didn't have adequate ventilation. La la. It is, yeah, no. Pretty similar to the previous ones. Let me give you like a quick glance. I can't show, of course, the uterus and stuff, but yeah, that's what we're looking at basically. A corpse was hanging from the ceiling around the center, as if some sort of ancient human sacrifice. Nothing else in the barren room stood out apart from the fact that the apartment was so dreary that it was depressing just looking at it. The body's basically been left as it was found, so go ahead and do your thing. No need to tell me twice. But first, I said a prayer for the departed. Now, where to begin? Let's put it here. You can see where I'm investigating, while we're not showing anything just yet. I checked the victim's face. No hints of agony tarnished her visage. I think this one was also drugged, though I'll need to check her out at the clinic to be sure. Sounds good. I'd appreciate it if you could look into that for me. Alright, let's have a look at the robes. This really is just like the last case, huh? The body was hanging near the center of the room. If I had to know the difference, it'd be that this one was suspended with ropes instead of clothes hangers. These ropes were likely ones the victim used for hanging laundry in here. Yaginuma pointed at part of the wall near the ceiling. So the killer used something that was just lying around, same as last time. I couldn't tell whether I'd been the spur-of-the-moment decision or if the killer hadn't wanted to bring in any evidence that could be traced back to them. Though honestly, since this was the second of those homicides, the odds of the former were next to nothing. Or perhaps it'd been a spur-of-the-moment thing in the first time, yet was done to create a deliberate pattern this time around. Yaginuma, you guys didn't let the state of the previous victim's body slip to the press or anything, did you? Please, of course not. Would I ask you not to group me in with such incompetent lot? Oh god. Oh good. Guess you and your sublime brain have discovered and don't need the help of a lowly peasant such as myself, then I'll just see myself out in that case. God, I would have loved to say that if he wasn't the one putting food on my table. So only those involved with the investigation would have known that the last victim had been hung like this then. Why? I suppose that significantly decreases the chances of a copycat killer, does it not? Got that right. Okay. Let's check the arms, maybe. Corpse was suspended, similar to the previous victim. Okay, yeah. Is that a ball gag? Huh, what's this? Corpse is wearing a pendant. Oh, it's a pendant. My dirty mind there played tricks on me, I guess. I don't know what this symbol represents. Sorry, afraid I don't know nothing about that. Natsumi shook her head. How about you, Yaginuma? Look familiar? Come to think of it, I believe I do recognize it from somewhere, yes. What? Where? Please do not pressure me, I'm trying to remember. Yaginuma stared at the pendant, brow furrowed. If it's the Vix, then it ain't got a diddly squat to do with the murder, yeah? I decided I'd leave Yaginuma to his recollections. Okay. Though we had no proof as of yet, she'd probably been immobilized by a drug prior to her murder. Is there no way we can just check the neck or something? Nah, not really. Her white outfit was stained scarlet. It didn't appear to be a doctor's coat. That said, it also looked a bit too formal to be a dressing gown. Anything else? Her peculiar white clothes were drenched in blood. No, not really. How about... blood trailed down the victim's legs from her wound. Given the stage she's in, it's honestly real hard to find any traces of sexual assault at the moment. That was reasonable. Not that it seemed necessary to consider for now, though. Anything else? The victim's lower half was bare naked, solid bed of blood from her wound. Okay. What about the surroundings? Curtains were drawn on the window behind the body, allowing only the faintest light to stream inside. Perhaps the culprit closed them so no one could see the body, provided the theory about the murder taking place yesterday morning was correct, that is. Since no one had found the corpse for nearly a full day, it was safe to say that little scheme had succeeded. Anything else? No, not really. Okay, I guess that leaves only the uterus. I studied the victim's abdomen, and just as expected, I found it abnormally swollen and crudely stitched up. I also noticed blood dotting random spots on the floor. Dotting. Vic's guards used to be there. We took him away. Couldn't have him around when the stench was already something awful. And that meant that the victim's abdomen wasn't swollen naturally. I will cut her open once you're done looking.
Why are we still here?
Right.
Just to suffer?
That's what Matt said. She'd open the abdomen once I was finished. Okay, I guess we'll have to then probably click end first. Hey there, Weeb. Good to see ya. I don't know if you... I didn't hear it, but I'll play it for you again because I didn't hear it.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Okay. I don't know, it seemed very quiet, but... well, I don't know. Alright, is there anything else we can investigate there? Peculiar white clothes were drenched in blood. I think we've pretty much seen everything, right? Yaginuma was trying to recall where he'd seen the crest before. Yeah, I think we've pretty much seen it all. Let me maybe do a quick save in case. Alright, in that case, I think we can end the investigation, but first, let me make that a little bit bigger again, just so we don't maybe accidentally get to see something we don't want to. Okay. I'd probably investigated enough by this point. Okay, let's bring her down, yeah? Forensics officers freed the body from its restraints. Once it succeeded, they laid her on the floor. Natsumi subsequently cut apart the thread, stitching the abdomen together. And up we go. She reached into the gaping wound and pulled out a blood-stained lump. Yeah, it's the same thing again. I scrutinized the object in question once she'd finished setting it atop a steel tray. It's really the same, isn't it? That big head, those tiny arms and legs, perhaps it was simply my preconceptions from the last murder talking, but that thing looked just like a doll of a fetus. We ain't gonna get nowhere till we analyze the clay, but I'm pretty sure the same person made both of them. Yeah, they didn't get any fingerprints of the clay last time, I think, so... I stared into the gaping wound. Seems like the killer's getting the hang of this, don't you think? Yeah, they only removed the necessary organs this time. There weren't as many. Was the thread used to stitch the abdomen the same too? I could probably show you the picture again because there's nothing bad on screen at the moment, but I just want to make sure we actually past that. Probably, but no telling for sure. Can't make heads nor tails of what color it used to be with all that blood it drank up and everything. Yeah, it's hard to imagine any difference in thread would be meaningful anyway. Stuff was probably used to only keep the clay doll in the abdomen after all. But why, pray tell, would they do such a thing? It is a considerable labor after all. Well, probably because there's a world of difference between a baby inside and outside the womb, I guess. Yeah, maybe because the doll would have been difficult to identify as a fetus if left outside. I highly doubt it was quite so simple, though. Well, whatever the reason, at least we got ourselves another similarity to last time. Anywho, let's tag her and bag her. Okay, I think we're good. Let's put this back on screen. I exited the apartment and took a nice deep breath of some chilled yet fresh air. You. Have you figured anything out? Good thing too, since Yaginuma didn't give me another second to rest. No, really, the two murders do bear several similarities at first glance, though. Such as the presence of a certain piece of evidence we'd found at this crime scene. Oh yeah, it does be that, right? The most obvious similarity is that clay doll, of course. The details of the previous murder were kept under close wraps, so there's little to no chance of this being a copycat crime. Meaning, while we can conclude the murder was likely the same, their motives is still a complete blank, huh? Quite. I suppose the only real commonality we know for certain is that both victims were young women. They didn't look alike either. Then perhaps our murderer is someone who personally knew the two of them. What was Mizuki Itose's profession? I believe she was unemployed. A search of her apartment turned up no payslips or anything of the sort. When the hell did you find the time to search the place? Before you arrived. For you see, unlike you, I consider all possible factors of a case. Then by all means, hit me with your genius observations. Much to my chagrin, the victim's source of income remains a total mystery as of now. While there was practically no money in her wallet, there were a lot of indications she was cooking for herself. So we even checked out her kitchen before I got here. Could you tell how many people she cooked for? The kitchen held only enough tableware for a single person. And unfortunately, there were no signs that she dined with the culprit. While I do advocate for focusing on the victim's social circles, the lack of any indicators that the culprit was welcomed into her apartment makes it rather difficult to determine whether the two knew each other. Could always have been some sort of one-sided grudge though, right? If that is indeed the case, then fingering a suspect will prove an arduous task. I mean, that's what it says. Yeah, not much comes to mind when I think of what a nurse and an unemployed woman could have in common. Maybe they met at the hospital? Found no evidence that Mizuki Itose was ever a patient at Kuchiki Hospital. Well, if the victims didn't know each other, then perhaps they had some sort of link outside of work. Mizuki Itose was impoverished compared to the relatively middle-class Mayuka Mizono. It will likely prove difficult to uncover a connection between them. Doesn't sound like we're going to turn up any leads for now, then. It seemed we'd have to do a little more digging first. In that case, why don't we begin by reviewing something unique to this murder? Something unique, huh? Guess that would be... this one, maybe? Maybe the pendant, I don't know. It could also be the rope that she was suspended with. What about that? Pendant? You said you recognized the symbol on it, didn't you? Well aware, thank you very much. Which is why I have spent all this time trying to recall where. Yaginuma scrutinized the pendant. It's not exactly the most flattering pendant, so I can't imagine it's an accessory or the like. Perhaps the culprit hung it around her neck for some special Yes, of course. Yaginuma suddenly nodded to himself as if he'd finally deduced the answer to a challenging math problem. Figure something out? Yes, I remember. No wonder I recognized that crest. It all makes sense now. What are you talking about? Oh, my apologies. I don't believe you would have had any way of knowing this, but this exact crest was quite prominent in a case I once had the honor of solving. Look, quit bragging and tell me what you... It's the symbol of sanity. That's from the prequel game. Also. Sanity. I remember them. They were a religious sect who'd been at the center of a case 6 years ago, roughly a year after I'd quit the force. It involved a lot of people, including both my former superior officer and co-worker. Perhaps she used to be one of their followers. I brought Senri down 6 years ago, you see. Wait, hold up, wouldn't it be more likely if she was still a believer? Can't imagine she'd be wearing this pendant otherwise. But the target of her face, the founder of the religion, is long dead. I admit I'm no expert, but isn't it possible that their leader grew even more revered following their deaths? That's not terribly uncommon with religions. If so, then that would make her a remnant of sanity. Yakinuma nodded to himself. Arresting all of their members was impossible, naturally, so I suppose they may have been waiting in the wings all this time. Was there anything else in that apartment suggesting the victim was religious? We'll look into that now. Hey, you! Yes, you over there. Yaginuma began issuing orders to his subordinates. Man, I sure as hell didn't see that twist coming. Pretty sure no one had come here today expecting this to be the direction the investigation would take. That said, it was still too early to tell if our discovery had any tangible connection to the murder. Probably not, if I had to guess, but better safe than sorry. Yaginuma, could I ask you to look into Mayu Kamizono too? Confirm if she had any affiliation with Senri, I take it? Yes, the same idea came to me as well. Yaginuma nodded. Right, Senri was a religious organization originally known as the Congregation of the Blessed. Michio Shigusa, who founded the religion prior to the war, was a greedy and arrogant man. Oh, that's where Shigusa comes into the picture, huh? And Michio Shigusa is, as we have found out previously, supposedly connected to Satsuki. As such, he was murdered during the era of turmoil that followed the war, resulting in the takeover of the Congregation of the Blessed that ended with the organization being renamed Senri. A young woman known as the Oracle of Revelations served as their pontiff. Ultimately, the chaos surrounding Senri was quelled in 1951 by individuals such as Shugo Takashiro, and the religion was disbanded due to the death of the usurper. The remnants hadn't caused any trouble since. I see. Thanks for sharing all that with me, Takashiro. Nah, don't even mention it. It's the least I can do to repay you. I was speaking to none other than the man who'd been right at the front and center of that very incident, Shugo Takashiro. He'd moved away from Tokyo and was currently living in Zushi, Kanagawa. I actually went there just because the first game, or the prequel, took place somewhat in that area. It was mainly in Tokyo, but they were at the start of the game there as well, because the client that Takashiro was working for had their estate there, I guess. The client whose daughter also is his wife now. I know someone who's still looking into Senri to this day, so I'd be happy to provide an introduction if you'd like. Thanks, that would be great. I hung up the phone. Senri, huh? I know I now had a general idea of what happened 6 years ago, but I'd only heard Takashiro's side of the story. As such, I still didn't know too much about Senri themselves. So luckily there was someone who could fill in the gaps for me. Poured over the name Takashiro had given me. Ueno, huh? Looked like I'd just have to ask for the details when we met up. It's gonna be Toji, probably. If I had to take a guess. Yukiko lounged against a wall in her room. Her art supplies for school lay next to her. She'd been staring at them for a while now, not so much as even entertaining another thought in the meantime. Her oil paints were all but unused, while their tubes were as good as new, minus a few dents here and there. In contrast, the bristles of her paintbrush were hard as rock. She must have failed to clean it right after using it for the first time. It's another thing to ask Tokisaka about next time, huh? Yeah. Yukiko nodded. Her wooden palette was also adorned with a tiny clump of hardened paint. A drop of red stuck out like a sore thumb on its otherwise brown surface. Yukiko figured it'd be for the best if she cleaned that as well. But isn't the paint absorbed into the wood by now? I think Tokisaka's was covered in all kinds of dried paints. Ah, she's so really enthusiastic about it though, getting back into it, I think. In that case, perhaps it was best to leave it alone. Yukiko picked up a thin metal spatula. This is called a palette knife, isn't it? Should I use this to get rid of the paint? It reflected the room's lights as brilliantly as a polished mirror, probably since it'd never been used before. Looks really sharp. No, that's not true. It's just a spatula with a round tip. Yukiko poked her finger on it as a test, but the knife was too dull to do more than a dent in her skin. Satisfied, she put it back in her box. Hey, Yukiko, got a minute? Just then her musings were interrupted by the call of her mother. Yukiko instinctively rose to her feet in response, quickly finding Fuyumi in the living room. Yeah, what is it? Was wondering if I could ask you for a teensy-weensy favor. There it was. There was that begging tone. Nothing good ever happened when her mother started talking like that. Still, that didn't mean Yukiko could simply ignore her. You need to repay her for all she's done to raise you. Yukiko let out a quiet sigh and sat down across from Fuyumi. What favor? She tried bracing herself for whatever was to come. You know how it's almost the new year and all? Well, that means my nursery is going to be a real short in helping hands. Yukiko could tell she already didn't like where this was going. I say, but why are you telling me this? Could you get some of your friends to come help out? Please, please, please. Fuyumi bowed to her daughter. Of course it'd be something like this. But Mom, Yukiko Kayara has no friends. She had no choice but to agree with that assessment. I don't have any friends and I'm not good with kids, so... Figured you'd say that. Fuyumi slumped in defeat across the table. So I'm really sorry. Sorry for being such a worthless daughter. Wait, but didn't you say you joined the art club or something like that yesterday? You sounded excited about it. I still don't have any friends. You say that, but they are the ones who invited you, right? Well, true, but that didn't mean they could call each other friends just yet. Okay, then how about this? Fuyumi raised her head. You don't have to help out at the nursery or anything, so promise you'll make friends with those girls in exchange. Huh? Yukiko's eyes widened. You want to be their friend, don't you? But I don't know how to do that. Come on, it's a piece of cake, isn't it? You just go and ask them if you're friends. I mean, as if that would ever work, just asking someone to be a friend. Yumi smiled. But what if they say no? Yukiko shook her head. Much as she wanted to make friends, she was terrified of rejection. Then you won't have a place there anymore, will you? The thought chilled her to her bones. She hated it. She didn't know if she could take that kind of rebuff. Hey, Yukiko, come on over. Yukiko obediently circled around the table to Fuyumi's side. Who would have sunk? Okay, then. My own kid would be so awkward. With that, her mother hugged her.
だって私は
But I'm not your daughter. She could feel Fuyumi's warmth melting into her.
まだそんなこと言うのこの子は
Seriously, you're still going on with that nonsense? Fuyumi gave Yukiko a playful whack on the head.
だって
But,
私だってね
you know, I actually used to be pretty
その子
awkward
で強かったんだ
myself.
から
I've always had a tinge of vulnerability behind it.
変わろうと思えば
Believe me when I say you can change as much as you want. You just need the courage to take the first step.
でも
Still,
無理しない
I'm
で
not saying you have to
自分の
push
ペースで
yourself. Take it at your own
ま
pace.
ずは自分
Why
か
not
ら
start by
話してみ
kicking
る
off
こ
some
とを
conversations on your own?
うん
Okay.
そして
And if you were to convince them to help out at the nursery by the end of the year, on top of making friends of them,
母さん
it'll
嬉し
make
い
me the happiest mom in the world. Well, that kind of ruined the advice that came before it, didn't it? A little bit, at least.
それでは兄さん行ってきます
I'm off to school now at AG. Yukari, wearing a coat over her uniform, laid the morning paper on the table.
ああ、気をつけてな。
Got it. Safe travels.
今日は帰る
Oh, just so you know, I might be home a little later than usual since I'm planning to stop by the hospital today.
そうか。わかった。
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yukari departed with her bag in hand. I set down my coffee and opened the paper. The local news had an article with a photo and everything about the new 100 yen coins that would go into circulation starting 2 days from now. It only had 100 yen bills up until this point, which tended to create tons of stuffed wallets. Not that I'd ever had the luxury of knowing. I still hadn't even seen those new 5,000 yen bills they'd come out with last summer. Man, now I'm just bumming myself out. Thus I closed the paper and checked the front page. Well... Senori revived, 6-year silence broken. Well, that's, worrying. Those bombastic letters practically leapt off the page. The article didn't say too much about the homicide itself beyond the victim being a believer. However, there was still some new information to be gleaned as well, such as how apparently the remnants of Senori had regrouped and formed a new organization known as the Blessed Congregation a while back. It also went on to say that Mizuki Itose was one of their followers, while the congregation's representative had issued a statement declaring that the reasons for her murder were a mystery to them. Blessed Congregation, huh? It seemed like the name was a throwback. It was closer to the Congregation of the Blessed, Senori's predecessor. Still, none of this guaranteed that they had any involvement with the case. Personally, I was of the mind that the newspaper should just report the facts, plain and simple, so their emphasis on Senori's name came off as inflammatory. You know, just newspaper things, I guess. Media. My musings were interrupted by the ringing of the telephone. I got up and answered it.
はい、もしもし。時坂です。
Hello, you've reached Tokisaka. Yaginuma here. Will you kindly pay the station a visit? We need to have a talk about yesterday's murder.
なんだか俺が被疑者みたいな言い
You make it
方だな
sound like you're gonna arrest me. Perish the thoughts. I have no such plans. Not yet, anyway.
そいつはどう
That guy, man. Gee, thanks. There's someone I'd like you to meet, so make it quick, would you? Farewell. He hung up as soon as he finished saying his piece. Bastard. Then again, that was how I preferred it anyway. Long phone conversations with that guy weren't exactly my idea of fun. Still, I couldn't help but wonder who he wanted to introduce. He wouldn't have phrased it that way if he'd already known them. So someone connected to the case, perhaps. I took the train over to the MPD. For the time being, I had to take the Chuo line to Tokyo Station in order to reach Kasumigaseki. Fortunately, there were plans on the way to extend the Marunouchi subway line over to Shinjuku, which would make traveling to the MPD a hell of a lot easier in the future. It seemed they'd also have a stop in Ginza by this Sunday. Not that I ever had a reason to go there. At any rate, Going to the CID Section 1 was top priority for now. CID was the same labyrinth of desks as always. There I found a visitor already waiting at the reception area. Specifically, a suited woman dragging on a cigarette was seated atop the sofa. Though I'd never seen her before, I could tell from a glance that she meant business. Ah, it's her, yeah. Although I didn't expect her to meet him in this place, to be honest. The woman looked up at me. Red eyes, silver hair. An empty left sleeve. Oh, I see, she's... Miss Toji Aoki, I presume. That was the name of the contact Takashiro had provided. Just Toji will do fine, Reiji Tokisaka. Just Reiji's good with me too. I sat on the sofa opposite hers and whipped out the smoke. Take it Takashiro told you my name? No, I only learned it after getting here. Toji slid a matchbox from her end of the table over to me. Thanks. Don't mention it, Tokisaka. So she went with my surname, huh? Oh well, makes no difference, really. Let me guess, you're the source Yaginuma called in? Puffed out some smoke while awaiting a response. Yeah, I've been following the blessed congregation for quite some time now. Detective? Nah, I'll leave that crap to our mutual friend. I'm just a journalist. Well, well, well. I spewed more smoke with my words. That said, I'm a freelancer. Unfortunately, there aren't many clients in the market for my brand of info, so I don't make much. Same goes for detectives. There's a blue moon out whenever I have enough money to stay comfortably afloat. Though I do not mind the trading of pleasantries, I ask that you not advance this discussion without my involvement. Thank you very much. Yaginuma came over with some documents in hand. Not my fault. Your ass wipes are slow as molasses. Yeah, tell him. That butthole. Toji popped a new cigarette between her lips. Well, pardon me if I do not have the time to solely dedicate myself to a single case. So that's why you need soldiers of fortune like us? Damn, this place must be going through some serious labor shortages. You need not concern yourself with our financial situation, particularly when your own coffers appear rather barren. Holy shit, you could cut the tension with a knife. Why don't we just go over any new discoveries that have been made since we last met? I chimed in before things got ugly. This was no time for passive-aggressive warfare, much as it was clear that those two got along like cats and dogs. Regrettably, there has been no notable progress in that case itself. Kidding me. Man, they don't call you the MPD's pride and joy for nothing, do they? Any involvement the blessed congregation may have in this case also remains a mystery. Yaginuma ignored Toji's quip. I suspected that Calais doll may have had some sort of connection with them, but they've never used such a thing, not even back in their days as Senri. Have you linked my Kamizono to them? Our investigation has turned up no such ties as of yet, no. That said, the lack of evidence does not necessarily guarantee that the dearth of any potential connection. A lot of words to say, got nothing. Damn, this woman is ruthless. But he deserves it, so. So screw you, Yaginuma. So she stuffed out her cigarette and got up. You just need me to look into the blessed congregation, yeah? If you're going, then take him with you, please. Yaginuma stopped Toji and pointed to me before she could leave. Fine, whatever. Toji left those final words behind before strutting out. It was perfectly fine with me, considering it didn't look like it'd be learning anything here. Then I'll be going too. Alright, hold that thought, sir. Yaginuma stopped me as well. What's up? We have confirmed that the suspect in Mayu Kamizono's murder could not have killed Mizuki Itose. He's currently comatose, you see. Oh yeah? I was right then. Someone else had to be the culprit. Well, that removes any doubt about that situation, huh? Toji was waiting for me outside. What do you talk about? How we've got no leads, basically. Wonderful. Glad to see the police are still worth every cent of the taxpayer's coin. Sounds like you've got a massive chip on your shoulder. Though I couldn't tell if it was the police or Yaginuma she hated. Thing is, the police and I have always been on opposite sides of the playing field. Made sense. Takashiro did mention that she used to be part of a criminal syndicate that was based in Ueno. But that was all in the past now, and none of it my concern. Anyway, I'm guessing it'd be quicker to look into the Blessed Congregation by paying them a visit, yeah? Where's their headquarters? I steered the conversation back on topic. In Kokubunji, it seems the old guard moved there after Senri's HQ in Ueno burned down. People at the top 6 years ago aren't around anymore, right? So then who's leading them now? A bigwig from their time is the Congregation of the Blessed, apparently. His name is Tokihiro Oribe. Supposedly was kicked out of his old position by Senri's new management when he took over. Take it that means he didn't get wrapped up in the whole Senri incident then. Sounds to me like he dodged a bullet. No kidding. That's why I didn't know his name until recently. Then I guess we'll stop by Kokubunji first. Why don't we take the Chuo line? Sounds good to me. Okay, new location, huh? So, Toji and I rode the Chuo line to Kunitachi Station and took a short walk from the north exit over into Kokubunji. The Blessed Congregation's headquarters was situated amidst a plain surrounded by paddy fields. Though probably quiet and serene on a regular day, the building's perimeter was currently surrounded by crowded news vehicles and reporters. Better stay clear of that. Toji stopped a good length away from the horde, with me quickly following suit. About half an hour by train, I'd say. That was the approximate distance from here to Mizuki Itose's apartment. Thus, there was a good chance she'd worked at this place. Though maybe worked wasn't the right word for it. Every last one of them are from sleazy newspapers. Toji muttered after scanning the reporters. You can tell? Yeah, all companies I'd rather die than work with again. It sounded like your life as a journalist was more tumultuous than I'd initially believed. They're the kind of places that just carelessly write crap that'll sell without giving a shit about the consequences. Makes me wonder how they'll twist this story. The papers talked like it was a given fact that the murderer was a member of Senri, I mean the Blessed Congregation. However, there was still no solid proof denying that either. The fact that the papers weren't outright lying made things all the more annoying. Just then, there was a commotion from the brigade of reporters crowded around the entrance. Looks like someone's coming out. Yeah. Camera flashes fired off like crazy when the door opened. Two middle-aged men, garbed in white robes, emerged from the building. So that's them, huh? Which one's Uribe? The clean-shaven guy. And the bearded one? Pretty sure that's Keigo Utsugi, the organization's administrative officer. I see. Utsugi stood before a platform. People, lend me your ears. Our organization's representative is about to speak. The reporters were silent at Utsugi's proclamation. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Uribe, representative of the Blessed Congregation. The sound of his voice carried clearly, even though he wasn't straining it at all. Thank each and every one of you for gathering here on this day. Give us the details on your connection with sanity. A reporter barked the moment the pause appeared in Oribe's speech. Is it true that many of you following are from Momma Sanity believers? And with that, the reporter started an endless onslaught of questions. Sanity is really all these people care about, huh? It's because it's where the public interest lies. So they're ignoring all the stuff that really matters just to get the stuff that'll send copies flying off the shelves, huh? We are. Oribe cleared his throat. Sanity, to which we formerly belonged, had its doctrines distorted by a pack of fools, damaging the heart of our faith. Therefore, we established a blessed congregation in order to defend our true creed, which dates back to the congregation of the blessed. Our organization exists to grant salvation to those hapless believers who had their faith shaken by sanity. Our mission statement is to spread our original dogma of bestowing hope and salvation onto mankind. Okay, that's rich, considering they were prophesizing the end of the world as sanity. Those were the distorted beliefs he's talking about, right? Though granted, I have no idea how they got so twisted in the first place. By preaching that only believers would be saved, I guess. Listen, our faith has but one desire: peace for the souls of our wounded brothers and sisters. The passion in Oribe's speech was palpable. The reason we are granting this audience in acquiescence with your wishes is the same: to protect our followers. Any further unjust suspicion shall be taken as sacrilege against our beliefs. I heard a car honk at the exact moment. A look in that direction revealed a shiny black automobile approaching at the entrance. The reporter scurried away, allowing it to park right in front of Oribe and Utsugi. Hey, that's one of those brand new Skylines they released this year. It cost 1.2 million yen too, meaning these guys must have been loaded. Oribe and Utsugi tried to get in the car, only to be accosted by reporters. Is it true that this incident was the result of internal strife within the blessed congregation? There is no truth to any of that. Utsugi placed his hand on the car door and turned around. We had no ties to this murder, nor could we have imagined ending up the spotlight in a manner such as this. With that being said, we shall investigate the claims that the victim was of our faith and announce our findings at a later date. And with that, the two men entered the car. The vehicle promptly took off. Hey, did you see the driver of that thing? Yeah, looked like one hell of a sog, didn't he? Certainly didn't match the image of a typical believer, that was for sure. That's probably exactly what he is, a sog for hire. The bigger the group, the higher the likelihood they've got ties to organizations like that. Same goes for everyone. The same. I certainly believed it, coming from a woman who used to be part of one of those very organizations. Well, no point in sticking around with Oribe gone. Toji watched as the reporter started packing up. Can't we have a word with someone on the inside? It would probably be a waste of time. They'd just treat us as another one of those reports if we tried right now. Yeah, sounds about right. It seemed journalists were more used to this type of fact-gathering compared to detectives. Still, this wasn't the time to be impressed. I had to do my part too. Toji and I returned to Shinjuku, where I proceeded to bring her over to my office. Not a bad place. Doesn't have anything else going for it. I served her a cup of coarse tea. Took a guy like you as more of the coffee type. Not a fan of coarse tea. I never said that. Toji sipped her tea. But you pegged me right. Probably have this friend of mine who runs a place that makes a mean cup of joe to sang for that. Now that sounds like my kind of joint. And I'll show it to you next chance I get. Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's go over the blessed congregation first. They're already hitting it off pretty well. And you know, Tokisaka could probably need another love interest, so I don't know if he's ready for that. Kinda had a pained past with all that stuff, I suppose. Anywho, yeah, you're right. Personally, though, it didn't seem like they had much to do with the case. I'm of the same mind. Still, that doesn't mean we can take Uribe at face value either. Yeah, they did get a pretty defensive when questioned about internal strife at the blessed congregation. Plus, the victim was wearing the same robe as them, so I'd bet my life on her being a believer. If he was being completely honest, he should have been more upfront about what the victim was to them, yet he kept that one to himself. Meaning he was either lying or trying to hide something. So even if they're not connected to the murder, they probably got something they don't want people prying into. Yeah. Sorry, but could I ask you to... Don't worry. I'll look into it. Investigating Senbei's remnants was always my game anyway. I take it you'll be following up on the murder? Yeah, though, do you mind digging into Mizuki Itose while you're at it? He was probably a believer, so it'd be more efficient that way. Sure, I'll let you know if anything turns up. Thanks. Toji set down her teacup and left. It sounded like she knew what she was doing. In which case, I'd trust her to do her part, while I did a bit more digging into Mayu Kamizono. Perhaps I'd even uncover the ties to the blessed congregation. Just then, the phone rang. Who could that be? I got off the sofa and headed for the phone on my desk. Hello, you've reached the Tokisaka Detective Agency. Let me guess, it's Yakinuma again. Yukari trudged into the hospital. Well, I guess we're not gonna find out just yet. Alright. However, her march ceased just as soon as it begun. Why did I bother coming here? It wasn't like he'd woken from his coma after all. She'd searched several flower shops until she finally found some nice flowers to leave by his bed. But they'd likely wilt before he could even ever see them. Yukari shook her head. Why am I even doing this? It's not like I knew him, let alone spoke to him. Maybe because I saved him. I went through all of the effort to ensure he didn't die, so I don't want that to be in vain. Is that it? In the end, she didn't know anything for sure. Still, she couldn't turn back. Which was why she decided she'd put the flowers in the vase, check up on him, then go on her way. Pardon me? Yukari quietly entered the hospital room. The man was still sleeping. Yukari studied his face from afar for a while. He didn't appear to be in any pain. Furthermore, his chest was rising up and down in regular intervals. So his condition was probably stable. He was also getting a bit of a beard. Hardly a wonder. It had been 4 days since he'd been brought to this place after all. Come to think of it, I don't remember Eiji ever growing a beard. In hindsight, he probably shaved every single day. Not that she'd ever really noticed. Yukari picked up the empty vase sitting on a nightstand. I'll put some water in first. After filling the vase with water from the kitchenette, she arranged a pink carnation she got from the flower store. Though they'd probably last a few days, thanks to her actions, she'd have to come back and get them before they wilted. After all, it'd be rather depressing to wake up to dead flowers. Yukari returned to the man's hospital room slowly so she wouldn't spill any water. Oh. Well, hello there. After taking a tiny breath, she went in.
Yeah.
Hey. Huh? Yukari's head jolted up on hearing that unfamiliar voice. The man was sitting up in his bed, looking her way. Oh,
君が俺を助けてくれたの
are you the one who saved me? He flashed her a serene smile.
私はただ
It wasn't like that, just felt like I had to do something. Yukari set the vase back down on the nightstand. Some water spilled and splashed onto its surface.
まさきさん
Your name is Mr. Masaki,
おっ
right?
しゃるのですよね
Yes,
どうやって
Tomoyuki Masaki. How do you know my name?
この名前を
この病院の方が存じていた
Because some of the people who work here seem to know you.
そうですか
Ah, same. Masaki
あ
bowed.
りがとうございました
Thank you very much.
は
Oh, you're welcome. Yukari nodded, even though she felt terribly awkward.
どうやらまた命拾いを
Would
してしま
seem
う
death has eluded me yet again. Masaki stared at the bandages wrapped around his left wrist.
あ随分と残念そうですね
You sound rather disappointed. Yukari couldn't keep the acrimony out of her voice despite knowing she was overstepping her boundaries.
そう聞こえるかい
Really?
ええ
Yes. Isn't there anyone who'd be sad to lose you?
悲しむ人がいるの
Don't
で
you
はあり
think
ません
talking like that does them a great
その
disservice?
人に対してとても資料を書いた物言いだと思います
そいつは
Not exactly the most encouraging thing to say to someone with no friends or family. That's rough. Yukari knew then and there that she'd gone too far. She felt so ashamed that her throat dried up like a desert. Time just quietly dragged on by. Yukari couldn't bring herself to say another word. Man, it wasn't like that bad in my opinion. It's just really the usual stuff, I guess you would say to someone. Maybe it's none of her business, I guess, why he acted the way he did, but that aside, I mean, of course you would be curious about it, right? Took the train from Shinjuku to Nakano, then went straight to the Kuchiki hospital. Oh, it must have been Yukari who called him, right? Kohara was right by the reception desk.
山之内先生
Did I hear right, Dr. Yamanuchi? Did the patient really regain consciousness?
まさきさんは
Yes, Mr. Masaki woke up this morning. Gave him a quick checkup and some pills. Put him back to sleep.
いつ目覚めますか
When will he wake up?
終了でしたからもうすぐだとは思いま
His
す
dosage wasn't particularly potent, so any minute now, I'd say, but, Mr.
何
Tokisaka?
でしょうか
Yeah.
おそらく事情聴取などもなさる
I'm sure you must be itching to grill him, but please try not to stress out the patients, alright?
お願いします
Got it. It was true that I wanted to question him, but even I knew it'd be safer to give the guy some breathing room first. But Grill? Man, she sure wasn't painting a flattering picture of me, was she?
くれぐれもよろしく
Thank you,
お願いします
please keep your word. Kohara left after stressing that point to me. Tomoyuki Masaki, huh? I had a ton to ask him, that was for sure. Hell, I'd even concluded that he was part of the key, to everything that was going on. I stopped in front of Masaki's room. Wait, he knows that Masaki was the suspect? Or, when did he find that out?
この病院の方が存じていたそうです
Because some of the people who work here seem to know you. I heard Yukari's voice from within. To think of it, she did mention she'd be visiting today.
どうやらまた命拾いをしてし
It
ま
seemed that death has eluded me yet again. My hand froze just a hair's breadth away from the doorknob upon hearing a male voice say that. The way he phrased that implied he really had wanted to die.
随分と残念そうですね
You sound rather disappointed. Yukari's voice had some bite to it. Seemed she'd been angered by his choice of words.
そう聞こえるかい
Really? Yes. Isn't there anyone who'd be sad to lose you? Don't you think talking like that does them a great disservice?
そういう
そいつは
Not exactly the most encouraging thing to say to someone with no friends or family. Yukari fell silent. Knowing her, she probably thought she'd crossed the line. Oh, brother. I stepped on in. There are the room's two occupants turned my way.
死ねなかったのがそんなに残念か
Are you really that miffed you didn't die? Well, I mean, Tokisaka clearly is not handling him very delicately, that's for sure. I walked up to Masaki without so much as
あ
flinching.
なたは
And you are?
そいつの兄だよ。それと
I'm her brother, not to mention your literal blood brother now, if you catch my drift. I pointed at Yukari and gestured to my elbow.
そうでしたか
I'll say,
それはどうも
thank you, I'm terribly sorry for all the trouble I've caused you.
まったく
Yeah, you'd better be.
お兄さん
Deiji.
お前は黙っている。
Not a word, Yukari. I held out my hand when Yukari tugged at my sleeve.
見たところ俺と同年代だと
Looks like you're about my age from what I can tell.
生きていること
So
を
if you hate living so much, then why didn't you go
どう
die in
して
the
戦
war?
争で死んでこなかった
There were plenty of people, both on and off the battlefield, who were dealt deaths when they wanted to live.
最初はそのつもりでしたよ
Was my plan, at first, anyway. Masaki smirked sadly.
お国のためな
I
ら
didn't give a damn about serving my country. Just went to the battlefield to find someone to die.
そし
And
て
yet I survived. Lucky
お
me.
めおめと生きて戻ってきてしまった
だったらどうして
That's
その
true,
命
then
を
why don't you
大切に
value your
扱おうと
life?
しないのですか
自分の
Perhaps because I'm too fixated on the idea that it's mine and mine alone. It's not like I have a home to return to or people I want to keep safe. Masaki hung his head and pressed down on his left hand. The bandages there were a little loose, possibly because his tendons were injured. This looks like a job for Yukari.
ゆかり
Yukari, you
あとは任せた
watch over him.
兄さ
Huh?
ん
Deiji? I had been mere seconds away from losing my temper and telling him to finish the job he'd failed. Hence I took my leave before he did something I'd regret. Still, what exactly was it that nearly drove him past the point of no return? Several theories came to mind, but none of them seemed solid enough.
時坂さん
She's not pleased, is she? Koharu approached me. Uh-oh, she looks kinda angry.
言いましたよね患者
Thought
さ
I
んに
told
負
you
担
to
を
not
かけないで
stress
くだ
out
さ
the
い
patient. I'm sorry. There was no excuse for my behavior.
正木さんはいろいろあって気がめいっているんです
Mr. Masaki's rather depressed after all he's been through.
しばらくはそ
So
うとして
please don't stir the pot. Just leave him be for now.
いろいろあって
All he's been through? You talk like you know him well. Oh wait, is that because he was a patient here?
時坂さん
Listen to me, Mr. Tokisaka. It's one thing when it's for your job, but attempting to uncover a patient's secrets is...
これが仕事なんですよ
Trust me, I'm only doing this for my job. I interrupted Koharu and shook my head.
彼は今私が抱えている
See, the thing is, I suspect he's a central figure in a case I'm currently handling. I take it you have an idea what I'm referring to?
上園さん
You
と
mean Nurse Kamizono's death? Knew it.
彼が犯行を起こさなかったこと
Okay,
は
so he
自分が
had like a suspicion or something?
彼が自殺を
I already proved he couldn't have possibly killed her, but with that said, I also believe his attempted suicide is related to a murder.
上園さんが亡くなったから自殺
Are you saying he tried to kill himself because Nurse Kamizono died?
あるいは
That, or because he was suspected as a murderer? Though that one's on the police. I see your point, but that's precisely why I need to ask that you save your
彼
questions
に話を
for after he's
少し
stabilized.
容体が安定してからにしていただけませんか
Hmm,
わかりました
alright. It was true that I wanted to answers about the incident as soon as possible, but instigating another suicide attempt wouldn't help anyone.
いつ頃退院
Yeah, you
できた
got that right. When do you think he'll be discharged?
担当医に聞か
I
な
have
けれ
to
ば
ask his doctor for an exact date, but it should
は
only be a few days.
数日で退院はで
His
きない
left hand will require rehab, though.
リハビリテーションが必要になるでしょうが
Hmm. So I'd have to save it for then, huh?
山之
Dr. Yamanuchi,
休館です
there's an emergency. Nurse called for Koharu. I'll be right there. I'm sorry, but I must be going.
それでは時坂さん
Please take my words to heart this time. Will do.
ご迷惑をおかけしました
Sorry for all the trouble I've caused. I watched as Koharu dashed off with the nurse. Guess I'll wait on Yukari and head home with her. Well, I guess we can say at least you didn't tell him to do the deed, huh? I was resting in my room after dinner, documents clutched in my hand. The concerned the clay dolls discovered in the victims' bodies. Both were composed of ordinary red clay you could find anywhere in Kanto, and there were no fingerprints or the like found on them. It was hard to believe that a fetus-like clay doll would be sold in a souvenir store or anything. Thus, they were likely made for this purpose, and this purpose alone. The dolls themselves were 20 centimeters long, equivalent to about a 4 to 5 months old fetus. It was just barely small enough to fit into the average woman's abdomen. What exactly did it signify? That the victims were pregnant? Or maybe the dolls were stuffed in to conceal that they'd been pregnant? Nah, that didn't add up. Though Mayu Kamizono's uterus had been severely damaged, the clay doll was found sealed outside of it. I reviewed the autopsy reports Natsume had written up for her and Mizuki Itose. On one hand, Mayu Kamizono appeared to have been a virgin. On the other, Mizuki Itose's uterus had exhibited no signs of pregnancy. It hadn't taken much work to uncover that information, meaning any attempt to hide a pregnancy would have been immediately discovered. Thus, it was probably best to assume the clay dolls had been used as ritual implements of sorts. Though that said, I'd never heard of any such ritual. I entered my library. People all over the nation had been making clay dolls as per customs ever since the 17th century. Said customs were often tied to the Fushimi Inari face, but the dolls in question were meant to be painted souvenirs. Meanwhile, the ones used in these homicides were more likely supposed to be earthen figures used in some sort of ceremony, if I had to hazard a guess. Such figurines had been around in Japan for over 10,000 years. Maybe there was some other, far more recent indigenous phase that had spawned the ones that I was dealing with now. Unfortunately, I couldn't imagine any records would have been left about a ritual that involved slicing open a woman's stomach and inserting a clay doll. In which case, could it have been a perversion of a similar ceremony repurposed for murder? Perhaps this was where the Blessed Congregation comes in. Maybe there was some sort of ritual in the Blessed Congregation or Senri that involved a clay doll. There was no proof of that, of course. Still, I believed it an angle worth researching. Wonder if I should ask Toji. She did have far more experience with the organization than me, after all. Ultimately, I shook my head after realizing I was just shooting off series into the dark. All I could really do for now was investigate Mayu Kamizono's case as per my original plan. And look into Tomoyuki Masaki too. Koharu had said it wouldn't be long until he was discharged. Things were fine for now since he was in the hospital, but there was no guarantee that it wouldn't lose track of him once he got out. It would leave a bad taste in my mouth if he went off on his way only to die in a ditch somewhere. The odds of him being the killer were next to none. That said, they weren't exactly zero either. I was the one who'd proved he couldn't have committed the murder, so I was more aware of the potential holes in my theory than anyone. Maybe I'll have to keep an eye on him. I wonder what tipped him off originally. I mean, I guess he was, of course, aware of his presence in the hospital. But it's not like he had, like, any sort of detailed insight on his case or anything, so he was not... I don't think he was aware that he was a patient in the psych ward or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, really. Oba Girls Academy was currently in a break between classes. However, the students couldn't afford to kick back and relax, for they had PE next period. Thus, they took out their gym clothes and started changing. Makes no sense that we're gonna have PE outside in this freezing weather. Kwani grumbled as she regarded her paper-thin gym clothes. I don't have a problem with it personally. We don't get many chances to exercise after all. Oh shit. I wasn't actually that bad, but yeah, no. Probably still shouldn't show that. Yukari slid on her gym shorts while still wearing her skirt. Still, what kind of nutcase so white would be the best color for our gym shorts? But they have no idea how dirty they get. I'm afraid your guess is as good as mine. That said, it was admittedly awkward how they resembled underwear from a distance. I bet. Though the fabric was indeed the same as the regular gym clothes. Kohane unzipped her skirt and took off her school uniform. Though the girls were indoors, it was still cold, since they were in nothing but their skivvies. I'm getting goosebumps. Kohane promptly slid her arms through her gym shirt and donned the sweat jacket. I think that's okay now. Are you not getting changed, Yukiko? Yukari glanced behind her. Though Yukiko had her gym clothes out, she was stiff like a statue, still decked out in her school uniform. Are you sitting out today? Well, no, it's just, gotta get changed pronto before class starts, you know? Right. Yukiko turned away and timidly started changing. Think she's embarrassed? Kohane whispered into Yukari's ear. I don't see why she would be. I mean, we're all girls here. Okari, so naive sometimes. Really? That's not true, is it? God damn. Kohane abruptly swiveled Yukiko's way and gasped. Something the matter? They're huge. Yukari turned to see what Kohane was looking at. Her friend's eyes were trained on Yukiko, now garbed in her gym clothes. My goodness, they really are. Yukari unconsciously glanced at her own chest. They were on a totally different level despite being the same age. Curious still, she snuck a peek at Kohane's chest out of the corner of her eye. Kohane's weren't much different from her own. Yukari figured that was the average for their age. She assumed hers would keep growing with time, much like Kyoko's. It was with those thoughts in mind that Yukari looked at Yukiko again. Okay. Guess we could show that. All to see Kohane groping the poor girl. Hot diggity dog, those knocks should be illegal. Hey, let me go. Yukiko tried to flee, but Kohane kept her in her grasp like a hawk seizing prey in its talons. Rosek didn't used to be like this. How in the world did they grow so big? No, stop, that tickles. Oh, sounds like you've got really sensitive too. Kohane, cut it out. Yukari, feeling bad for Yukiko, chose that moment to step in. Wanna give him a rub too? Let's just go already, we're going to be late for PE. Yukari would be lying if she said she wasn't a little curious, but for her, school came first. Yeah, good point. Oh, poor Yukiko. Yukiko swiftly threw on her sweat jacket as soon as Kohane released her. Are you alright? Yeah. Flushed, Yukiko nodded. Come on, hurry up. Bell's gonna ring any minute now. Kohane was marching out of the classroom, issuing orders to the beat of her own drum like always. Ready to go, Kayahara? Yes. Frigid winds ravaged the schoolyard. Whoever saw this was the perfect weather for jogging should die. Kohane grumbled, barely making the effort to go faster than a walking pace. It's better than doing it in the heat, though. At least in the cold, they warmed up the longer they ran. Yukari glanced behind her. Yukiko was trailing behind them at a slower stride. Yeah, I didn't figure she was like the athletic type, but you know. chest jounced with each step she took. Talk about ginormous. I'll say.
ですね。
Yukari checked her own chest once more, only to find not so much as a jiggle. On one hand, she was glad they weren't big enough to get in the way of jogging, but on the other, she was a smidge vexed. Whistle blew, signaling the start of their break. Yukiko immediately halted in her tracks, gripping her knees as she huffed and puffed.
お疲れ様。
Nice work out there. Same to you. Yukiko looked up at Yukari.
どうかしました？
Something the matter?
どうして疲れて？
Why aren't you tired?
疲れてますよ。
Oh, I am. Yukari smiled and crouched down to Yukiko's level.
でも体を動かす。
I just don't mind a little workout, that's all.
そう
Is that right?
ですか。冬に体を動かす。
I don't get many chances to exercise in the winter, you see. Summer, on the other hand, had marked many a day when she would go out bog hunting in Okutama and the like.
私は
Rarely work out,
ほ
so
とんど運動したことがなかったから
Yukiko was finally catching her breath.
体が弱かったのです。
Why do you have poor health?
そんなところ。
Something like that. Yukiko got up and strolled away. She was probably going to get a drink of water. In the meantime, Koane came over to take her place.
ユキコちゃんが疲れて。
You ask me, Yukiko is tired because of the law of inertia. Maybe. Yukari simply nodded, unable to affirm or deny that suggestion. Yukari went home after shopping for dinner. Once there, she went to her room and changed out of her uniform. Not again, right? It seemed her brother hadn't gotten home just yet. Knowing him, he was probably busy, considering he appeared to have gotten engaged with another major case. Yukari passed through the living room after sunset and entered the kitchen.
さて
Oh no, we're good. We're good. No problem here. She slid on an apron and procured 2 cups worth of rice from the rice bin. As soon as she was ready, she rinsed the rice and began netting it. The water was positively glacial in December. However, Yukari simply bore with it as she conscientiously carried her out her work. She poured out the murky white rice water and literally rinsed and repeated over and over. Finally, she stopped once the water was all but crystal clear, dumped the rice into the rice cooker and filled it with water. Now all she had to do was wait. This rice cooker was top of the line. Deiji had bought it for her, a rare act of magnanimity on his part. Then again, he'd been a bit tipsy at the time, so perhaps it had simply been an impulse purchase. Yukari used to burn the rice a lot when she first started using it, but she'd long since mastered the machine. True, the flavor was a little weaker than how she'd used to cook it, but even she couldn't argue with its convenience. The whole thing was perfect, minus the fact that it couldn't keep the rice warm for very long. It was with that in mind, Yukari retrieved some vegetables from her grocery bag first, deciding to turn on the rice cooker later. She filled a wash bowl with water and rinsed the potatoes. Next, she repeated the process for the carrots. Then she peeled both and cut them into bite-sized chunks. After that, she sliced the carrots into the shape of a fan. Dicing the onions was the next item on her agenda. Once those were done, she carved lumps of beef into appropriate portions. Shortly thereafter, a pot of water started steaming, so she promptly dumped in cognac noodles and began boiling them. It was at that very moment that the living room door opened.
ただいま。
I'm home. Yukari looked over her shoulder and caught a glimpse of her brother.
おかえりなさい、兄さん。
Welcome back, Reiji.
今日の飯はなんだ？
What's for dinner? This is actually rare to see him in this perspective, you know. Usually you only see like his little picture there in the bottom. But since we're in Yukari's POV right now, of course, he's right in front of us.
肉じゃがですよ。
Meat and potato stew.
そうか。
Sounds good. Deiji nodded and went to his room. He was probably exhausted from work. Still, it was rare for him to come home so shortly after sunset. Normally, he'd either arrive late at night or just wouldn't come home at all. And yet, Yukari always made dinner for the two all the same. After all, it actually took her more time and effort to cook for one. She knew the precise portions for making a meal for two like the back of her hand, since she'd been doing it for so long. A little extra for Reiji and a little less for herself. They balanced out perfectly. When she was younger, Reiji handled the cooking after their parents died in that plane crash. However, not even the saint could have called his meals good. Hence why Yukari took the initiative in learning how to cook and usurped the kitchen. And eventually it just became part of a daily routine. She'd be lying if she said there weren't occasions when she wanted to try Reiji's cooking. Considering how busy he was at the moment, it didn't appear that would happen anytime soon. Besides, she didn't think he'd cook even if he asked anyway. Not after all that had happened to him, that is. He'd suffered the loss of their parents, his fiancée Yukiko, a different Yukiko, and then an old classmate flashed through Yukari's mind. Reiji had closed himself off again after her disappearance. On surface, he tried to act like it meant nothing to him. However, his heart had frozen over ever since. That was likely why he threw his body and soul into work these days. Reiji had been ravenously taking one gruesome case after the next since leaving the police. He'd probably been hoping to hunt down Yukiko's murderer in that process. And now history was repeating itself once more. Was finding Tokokuchiki being his new fixation. Yukari turned on the rice cooker and started frying the onions. The lingering water in the pots splattered up with the oil. She threw in the cognac noodles, potatoes, and beef once the onions were translucent. This is it. This is the best I can do to help. She couldn't find Toko. That was Reiji's job. He was a detective here. But me, all I'm good for is cooking and praying for him to come home safe. That's it, nothing more and nothing less. Gotta give yourself a little bit more credit. She's like a really good human being, Yukari. But I mean, it's true, I guess at that age, what you can and can't do is limited a little bit. Right? It was only during breaks that otherwise quiet classroom filled with even the slightest hints of chatter. And this just so happened to be lunch break, the longest one of the day. Yukiko stayed seated at her desk as she lethargically took a lunchbox out of her bag. Her mother had made the meal for her. It was a meager lunch consisting of rice and some vegetables. Yukiko had never been much of a glutton, so it was all a picky eater like her needed.
Kayahara-san.
Kayahara. Yukari suddenly hailed Yukiko before she could dig in. Yes? Would you like to eat lunch together? Huh? Yukari pushed their desks together, paying no heed to Yukiko's bewilderment. Oh, let me get in on this too. Even Kohane brought her chair over. Oh, I'm sorry, would you rather eat alone? Yukari looked apologetic when she caught sight of Yukiko's flustered expression. No, I never said that. Of course she wanted to eat with them. The mere thought of it thrilled her. Was just having trouble keeping up with the sudden turn of events, that was all. Thank you. There's no need for that, really. Yukari smiled and opened her lunchbox. It was huge. The majority of it was taken up by side dishes, leaving only a small helping of rice. Please, help yourself. You had meat and potato stew for dinner last night, didn't you? Kohane wasted no time in snatching a piece of meat from Yukari's lunchbox. Same offer extends to you, Kayahara. Take as much as you'd like, I insist. Okay. Yukiko was suddenly left feeling rather uncomfortable. She rarely, if ever, ate meat. She wasn't much of a fan of potatoes either. And carrots was simply out of the question. While she'd have been fine with the cognac noodles, she knew it would raise some eyebrows if that was all she had. As such, she looked to see what else Yukari's lunchbox had to offer. Potato salad wrapped in veggies. Sausages shaped like perfect octopi. Yukiko was aware it'd be a major faux pas to turn Yukari down, though she desperately searched for anything that fit her unique palate. Spotted something. It was a black substance drenched in soy, probably seaweed or kelp. That would work just fine.
じゃあ
Right then. However, right when Yukiko was about to reach for it,
ねえゆかりっちこれって
hey,
何
Caddy,
の
what's
佃
that
煮
black stuff? Kohane pointed to the dish in question.
サザムシですよ
Dobson fly larvae. What? Yukari grabbed it with her chopsticks as if she'd said they were merely grapes.
ザザムシ
Dobson fly larvae?
うん
Right, baby stoneflies. They're considered a delicacy in Nagano. I see. Good thing she said that before I ate it. School was out for the day. Yukiko sat frozen before a sheet of drawing paper in the art club's room. It was still blank. She had no idea what to draw. Plaster figures, animal bones, and wax fruit were strewn about the clubroom for reference. There was also some sort of large olive brown bag sitting in a corner of the room. Could have just drawn any of those, but at the same time, none of them really spoke to her. Yukiko picked up a wax lemon and studied it. If she hadn't known any better, she would have sworn she was looking at a bona fide lemon. It was a perfect recreation down to the tiny stem and spots on the surface.
茅原さん
Kayahara.
はい
Yes? Yukiko turned around, fake lemon still in hand.
練習なのだからそう気
There's
負
no
わな
need
くて
to be
も
so
大丈夫
nervous. This is just practice.
それは分かってい
I know, it's just... Yukari had apparently seen right through her.
そう
Hmm. Why not draw
この
these
辺り
then?
のものを描いてみたらどうかしら
Yukari placed a wax apple in a small box of similar size on Yukiko's desk.
これを横から光が当たるような位
I
置
think
で
it
描
would
け
be
ばいい
best
と
if you
思う
tried drawing them from the side, where the light hits them just right. Yukiko shifted positions like Yukari suggested. Light shone on part of the apple, casting a shadow on the opposite side. Furthermore, the box's surfaces were divided equally between light and shadow from that angle.
リンゴの形などにはあまり
Don't get
こだわらず
hang up on the shape of the
陰影の
apple.
付け方に注意
Just
して
focus
み
on
るといいと思う
replicating the way it reflects light and casts shadows. That's my advice anyway.
ええ
Okay, thank you.
ありがとう
Yukiko picked up her pencil and poured over the apple and box. She first drew a large circle. That doesn't look right. You scrapped the line out with your eraser and tried again. Fortunately, she felt she did a much better job on the second try. Next came the box. That one was fairly simple, considering it was all straight lines. They're a bit crooked, though. The door suddenly opened behind her. Oh, Yukiko's drawing. Kohane swooped down on Yukiko, spotting her from a distance like a hunter seeking her next meal.
何描いてるの
So what do you got?
まだ
Nothing yet. Yukiko flipped over her paper, a flush of embarrassment dusting her cheeks. She'd drawn nothing more than a square in a circle, yet she couldn't help herself.
リンゴを描いてるのね
Oh, drawing an apple, eh? Kohane had spotted the wax sculpture in Yukiko's desk. Yes, I've only drawn a circle so far, though. Yukiko answered honestly.
小羽そのリンゴは食べられません
Kohane, you know you can't eat those, right?
分かってるわよ
Yeah. Kohane trotted over to Yukari. A slight twinge of relief struck Yukiko. He flipped the drawing again and studied it briefly before turning back to the apple and box. Just then, the apple fell over. Oh. Concerned, she compared what she'd drawn to the apple itself. Doesn't look too different, probably. Regardless, Yukiko rose from her chair and reset the apple's position. It was at that precise moment that the door opened once more.
こんにちは。
Ah, it's Ayumu. Standing there was a student Yukiko didn't recognize. She appeared to be an underclassman, judging by her uniform.
あら、佐藤さん。
Oh, Sato. Yukari approached the girl in question. It seemed they knew each other.
これから部活？
Off to practice again?
ええ。いつもすみません。
Yes, I'm sorry to keep doing this. I was just looking there right now. Does her uniform look too different from hers? I mean, it's kind of different, I guess. It's like more of a blazer rather than your typical sailor uniform, but I mean, it's not that much different. Oh well, I don't know. Yukiko looked up to get a better look at the girl's face when suddenly the two of them locked eyes. Yukiko's gaze immediately darted toward the ground. She wasn't very good at meeting new people. More specifically, she never knew what to do in those situations. Then again, that bewilderment extended far past the first meeting. Oh, Kayara? Yes. Yukiko timidly looked up when Yukari called her name.
紹介しますね。こちら
Allow me to introduce you. This is Ayumu Sato. She's been my underclassman for years now.
はじめまして。佐藤
Nice to meet you. Like she said, I'm Ayumu Sato. Oh, nice to meet you too. Yukiko bowed, following Ayumu's lead.
こちら、茅原ゆきこさん。
Sato, this is Yukiko Kayahara, my friend and the newest member of the art club. Yukari gestured to Yukiko.
あ、
I'm Yukiko Kayahara.
よろしくお願
I
いし
hope
ます。
we'll be seeing more of each other in the future. Ah, same. Yukiko simply agreed without thinking, fearing Ayumu was just saying that to be polite.
ちょっと失礼します。
Terribly sorry to cut this short, but I'm in somewhat of a hurry. Ayumu made a beeline for a corner of the room and picked up the olive-brown bag Yukiko had seen earlier. Upon closer inspection, Yukiko noticed a small name tag labeled Sato hanging off it. What seemed the bag in question was hers.
いつも置かせてもらって。
Thank you, I really appreciate you letting me keep this here.
いいのよ。場所だけ
No
は
trouble,
あるんです
really. Isn't like we lack the space for it.
気をつけているので
True, but I worry
迷わないとは思うんです。
it might stink up the place. I try to take care so that doesn't happen, though. Stink? What's in that thing?
気になる。
Dying to find out what's inside. Kohane suddenly whispered into Yukiko's ear with no prior warning. Huh?
あゆむちゃんは
Ayuma's a member of the Kendo Club, so she keeps her gear and stuff in here. Kohane answered before Yukiko could even properly reply.
は
Oh, I see. That bag did appear rather heavy, now that she thought about it.
あそれでは失礼します。
I'll be going then.
ありがとうございま
Thank
す。
you all so much. Ayuma left the club room with the gear in hand.
剣道部
Kendo Club, huh? Yukiko never knew that they had a club like that. She'd assumed Oba only had ladylike associations such as flower arranging or tea ceremony.
団体戦では
They never get far in tournaments though, from what I've heard. Wow, Yukari. You didn't have to be so rough to them. But then again, I guess she wasn't in the room anymore to hear it. Yukari smiled awkwardly. Feast your eyes on this. I thrust a coin before Yukari.
は
On a coin? Yukari sounded downright exasperated.
あこれがどうかします
So special about it.
よく見ろよ。100
Look
円って書いてある
closely.
だろ
See how it says 100 yen?
ええ
Yeah. Okay. It's the backside. I wonder if I still have like 100 yen coin because I'm not entirely sure what the motive is on the back. Ah, yeah, you have one here. The motive is not the same, it seems like. But yeah. No, it's more like a flower that's on here. Okay, yeah, now you know. I could just bring up a picture to show it, but you know, it's I just wanted to see if it's the same. So apparently it did change over time, right? These just came out today. There have been huge lines at the bank since the crack of dawn, so it took a real long time to reach their exchange booth. You waited in line that early? Cuddy stared blankly at me as if I told her that I tried cooking an egg in a toaster. Well, I figured, why the hell not? I scrapped together all my coins and brought them to the bank to make the exchange. All because I failed to muster the courage to ask them to break my 1,000 yen bill. What about work? Don't worry, I wasn't slacking. I wasn't like I'd spend all day grinning like an idiot over my new coin. Just 10 or so minutes. Maybe I should have kept those 100 yen bills I exchanged for last year. For all I knew, they could be real collector's items someday. 100 yen, still 100 yen, bill or coin. Also, I think this could be easily mistaken for a 50 yen coin. Really? Yeah, they are kind of similar in size, at least the modern ones. They're both... I don't know if it's actual silver, it's probably not silver, right? But you know what I mean. They have the same color, essentially. Fished through my wallet and produced a 50 yen coin. See, they're almost the same color. But 50 yen coins are made of nickel, while these 100 yen ones are nothing less than silver. Okay, so those are silver. The same. She didn't sound the least bit interested. Anyway, you can have this as allowance. Treat yourself to coffee at Moonworld or something. I'm really grateful for the gift, but doesn't spending it defeat the purpose of all the work you went through to get it? Nah, I just wanted to be one of the first to see what they looked like. I'm sure we'll be seeing boatloads of them soon enough. Good point. Thank you very much. Yukari graciously accepted the coin. By the way, Areiji, Yukari suddenly sat up straight in her chair, squaring her shoulders. Yeah? I instinctively shaped up myself after seeing that. Could you grab 10 kilos of rice when you get the chance? We're almost out. Got it. Farewell, 1,000 yen bill. We had a good run. Hard to say how much that was exactly back in the days. Because inflation and all that kind of stuff, right? It's probably a lot more in yen these days. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe we could find out. 1,000 yen in 1957 is worth 6,226 yen 2024. That's pretty decent amount, I'd say. Okay, interesting. The bell rang, signaling the end of school. Yukiko was busy copying the words on the blackboard into her notebook. She'd been so caught up in the lecture that she hadn't been able to write it all down before class ended. And so she needed to copy the little she'd missed before it was too late. Just then, the student on cleanup duty headed toward the chalkboard. Oh no. And started erasing it in a flash. White blurs spread across the blackboard. The part Yukiko hadn't finished copying was swept away. Oh no. That's the worst situation for a student that's not good at talking to other people. Because not only wasn't she able to say, yeah, could you wait a second, but she'd probably also have a hard time asking someone else for their notes, right? Depression incarnate exited Yukiko's lungs. I was so close too. Kayahara. It was then that Yukari turned to face her. Yes.
よかったら私のを
Would
写
you
し
like
ます
to
か？
copy mine? Huh? Yukari was holding out her notebook.
ありがとう
Thank you so much. Based Yukari coming in to save the day again. Yukiko timidly took the notebook and flipped it open. The pages were swamped with Yukari's neat handwriting. She'd written the whole thing down word for word, almost as if she were a court clerk. The notes were easy to read and very comprehensible. Yukiko promptly started copying them.
私も写させてほしいな。
Hey, let me get in on that action. Kohane suddenly nodded over to the pair.
小羽は試験前にならないとやらない。
Never write down anything until exams are on the horizon, Kohane. Yukiko listened in on them as she transcribed the parts she'd failed to catch in time.
だって
Well, duh. Why bother when I can just copy them all down in one go at Moonworld?
コーヒーを飲みながらでは
You'd never finish before emptying your coffee cup in that case. Moonworld? That was the name of the coffee bean bags Yukiko's mother brought home from time to time. Are they talking about that same cafe?
時坂さん
Ah, Tokisaka.
何ですか？
Yes. Yukari swiveled toward
あ
Yukiko.
りがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Yukiko returned the notebook once she'd finished copying the parts that she'd missed earlier.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome.
それでは
Are you ready for
部活に
club?
行きましょうか。ええ。
Yes. The three of them entered the club room and embarked on their own independent endeavors. Though that said, Kohane was simply reading a novel while Yukari was poring over an art book. Yukiko on the other end was seated a short distance away, setting the box and apple from the day before on her desk once more. Once they were in position, she studied her drawing from yesterday. Oh, it's not bad though. A second look made it obvious that the lines were crooked. I mean, yeah, but still looks pretty good. It looked nothing like the sketches from her art textbook. In hindsight, simply drawing lines without a plan in mind probably hadn't been a good move. Yukiko practiced a little on the edge of the paper. She ran her pencil back and forth as if she were connecting lines little by little. Eventually, they finally started to look like a bona fide sketch. Though they were still crooked, that said.
茅原さん。
Kayara, Yukari called out to her.
はい。
Yes,
どうかしら。
how's it going? Oh,
と
she's so cute. Yukiko didn't know how to reply.
あの。
Tokisaka.
さん。何ですか？
Yes.
できれば。その。
Could you maybe, show me, like, an example or something? Her question came out completely jumbled as if she'd spilled a verbal alphabet soup all over the floor.
ええ。いいわよ。
Yes, of course. And yet Yukari smiled and nodded all the same. She sat in a chair and picked up a pencil. Her first move was to draw an approximation of the objects in question. That was to say, a square and a circle. However, the drawing grew more and more detailed with each stroke of her pencil. She drew the edges of the box that were framed by the lights in, while all lines connected to the desk were thick. Occasionally, she'd stop to compare a drawing to the real thing. Yukiko watched the whole thing from behind. The nape of her classmate's cream-colored neck caught her eye. She could even make out the shape of her spine, probably because Yukari had short hair. The same went for her tiny little ears. Yukari turned around.
一気に描こうとしないで。こうして。
Don't try to draw the whole thing at once, understand? Just tackle it little by little like I just... Is something the matter?
あ、いえ。
Oh no, it's nothing.
でも。
Nothing at all. Yukiko knew there was no way she could tell Yukari she'd gotten lost in the other girl's body. The whole thing was strange, considering Yukiko was pretty sure she didn't swing that way. The one who did is...
ゆかりっち、こっちの絵はいつ
Oh,
完成するの？
she is? Hey, Kari, when you're gonna finish the sketch? And his voice derailed Yukiko's train of thought. She looked up to find the smallest of the group, peeking at Yukari's sketchbook. The sketch Kohane had been talking about was the drawing of the Virgin Mary that had enticed Yukiko to join the club to begin with.
それはそのまま描いてしま
Well,
うと
drawing
情
it
けなく
one to
感じ
one
た
would
ので
leave a bad taste in my mouth, so I've been thinking about how to give it my own spin.
だからさっき
Oh, so that's why you were looking at that art book just now, huh?
ええ
I mean, she did grope Yukiko's breasts earlier, so, you know. But that is not necessarily always an indication of that sort of thing in you know, anime and visual novels and that sort of media.
いっその
Why
こ
not
と
just draw her nude while you're at it? I guess that would also be a good indication.
それは
I think that would get me in a lot of trouble.
そうですね
That's true. Yukiko agreed, but in reality she was confused. Why would she get in trouble for that? It's not like she's a Christian herself. Well, probably not anyway. For dishonoring a symbol of worship, perhaps? Or
もう少し考えてみることにしますね
going to weigh my options some more first. Yukiko's thoughts were derailed once again.
ええそれがいいと思うわ
Yes, I believe that would be for the best. Yukari stared curiously at Yukiko when she said that. Did I say something weird?
そんなことは
Oh no, it's not like that. It's just weird hearing her talk at all, I guess. Just then Yukari beamed.
意見をいただけることは
Just so happy that you gave me your opinion.
いえそんな
I didn't, I was just being presumptuous, that's all.
ことを言ってしまって
Yukiko, suddenly feeling quite embarrassed, frantically looked away from Yukari. Yukiko said her goodbyes to Yukari and Kohane, then made her way over to Kichijoji Station. A long shadow crept from her feet. I think it was on the other end of the shopping district. Oh, he's going to Moonworld, eh? Eventually, after passing several standing bars occupied by men in suits... Oh. She spotted a chic billboard that read, Moonworld. The sign at the door read open. This must be the place. Light beamed gently out of the windows and illuminated the street, almost as if they were the first rays of dawn, spelling the end to a long, long night. There didn't appear to be any customers inside at the moment, from what Yukiko could tell. A woman who probably worked there was manning the counter. It was all the better for Yukiko since she wanted to avoid bumping into her mother at this place. It was with that thought in mind that she stepped away and checked her wallet. It had 84 yen on her. Most cafes sold coffee for about 50 yen a cup, so that was probably enough. Yukiko, not in the mood to head straight home, pushed open the door.
いらっしゃいませ
Welcome! The woman behind the counter greeted her with an amiable smile. Is that supposed to be amicable? Because that word I don't know. Yukiko took another look around the cafe. There was a table near the entrance, where the majority of seats were at the counter.
どこでもお好きな席へどうぞ
Please have a seat wherever you'd like. The woman behind the counter, perhaps picking up on Yukiko's dilemma, addressed her in a genial tone.
はい
Thank you. After doing a little thinking, Yukiko decided to take the stool furthest from the entrance. She figured she wouldn't bother other customers or stand out over there. A quick glance at the menu situated atop the counter confirmed that it was a 45 yen for a cup of tea. Yukiko found herself in the tea mood at the moment. She didn't know why, considering she'd come in based on the assumption she'd have enough for a cup of coffee, but the two cost the same anyway, so it was no big deal.
紅茶をお願いします
I'll have a cup of tea.
はいかしこまりました
Sure thing, coming
少々
right
お
up.
待ちくださいね
She seems nice. That was Yukiko's first impression of the woman. Yukiko pulled a book out of her bag while waiting on her tea. She found the cafe quite relaxing and serene, perhaps because there were no other customers. Plus, they probably played music here too, judging from the record play in the corner. That was definitely worse points in Yukiko's book. She opened a novel and started reading in relaxed spirits. Though the book itself was ironically anything but relaxing.
お待たせしました。
Sorry to keep you waiting. A cup of tea was set before Yukiko, its revitalizing fragrance soon washing over her.
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
Here you go. Take your time.
どうも。
Thank you. Yukiko stuck her finger between the pages of her book and closed it. She brought a cup to her nose, enchanted by the sweet scent it emanated despite the lack of any milk. Yukiko just held it still and appreciated the aroma for a while before gingerly adding some milk to it. The sweet tang from early intensified. Yukiko took a sip. Though she could tell the tea had a bit of a kick to it, the milk had mellowed it out quite nicely.
おいしい？
You like it? The woman gazed at Yukiko, a curious glint in her eyes.
はい。
Oh, yes. Yukiko answered honestly.
よかった。
Phew, that's a load on my mind. I was worried since the tea leaves today are more on the bitter side.
そんなこと。
Really? I
あり
didn't
ません
know
で
this.
した。
It truly had been quite good. Though Yukiko was no tea connoisseur, she'd found it delicious, bitter punch or not.
大場女学院の子よね。
You go to Oba Girls Academy, don't you?
はい。
Yes. Her uniform must have given her away.
知り合いの子が通ってるの
A
よ。
friend of mine's a student there, actually. Is she talking about Tokisaka and Kohane? Though curious, Yukiko couldn't bring herself to ask.
ごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk your ear off.
思わないからね。
Please just sit back and read as long as you'd like. A woman, possibly noticing how Yukiko had her finger in her book, left Yukiko to her tea. Yukiko unconsciously observed her. The woman was polishing off mugs and dishes at the other end of the counter near the entrance. Yukiko found the sound of water splashing music to her ears. She took another sip of tea and opened her book. I could get used to this. She'd definitely be back, that was for sure. Man, 50 yen for a cup of coffee though, that's like nothing, man. I bought rice from the grocer's near Kichijoji station and instantly regretted it. The bag weighed 10 whole kilos. Hauling this thing home on foot would have proved to be rather tough. That was for sure. Well, less rough and more pain in the ass. Buying this stuff on impulse just because it was on sale had been an ill-advised move, to say the least. Should have picked a closer store. Oh well, no use crying over spilled milk. What was done was done. It was with those thoughts in mind that I decided to take a taxi. Much to my dismay, there was one hell of a line for them at the station. I'd forgotten this was rush hour for people with 9-to-5 jobs. Guess I'll just find somewhere to kill time while the line thins out. Fortunately, there was one place nearby that fit the bill perfectly. I lumbered my way over to Moonworld, weighed down by the rice. For a moment, the idea of just leaving it at the cafe and coming back for it in my car tomorrow crossed my mind. However, I wasn't particularly keen on wasting gas for such a short trip. The door opened. A girl in a coat and a familiar uniform sauntered on out. She glanced at me for an instant, bowed courteously, and passed by. An Oba Girls Academy student, eh? Wonder if Yukari knows her.
いらっしゃい。
Welcome. Oh, Tokisaka. Kyoko grinned ear to ear, only to raise an eyebrow.
お米の配達？
What, have you started delivering rice to pay the bills?
自分家にな。
I'm not that down on my look. Set the bag of rice on the floor, took off my coat, and plopped down onto a stool.
駅前のタクシー乗り場が混ん
The
でいる
local
から
taxi stop is busier than a weatherman in a tornado, so I figured I'd kill some time here while I wait.
時坂君の家だったらここから
Your house isn't that far, is it?
米袋持って歩くの。
It is when you're dragging 10 kilos of rice on foot.
男の子だもの大丈夫よ。
Man up!
少なくとも。
Sorry, but the man in me's on the sabbatical tonight. Hey, would you like some coffee?
Ah.
Sure, sounds great. Hmm? suddenly spotted something sitting on one of the stools when I turned from Kyoko to the cafe proper. What's that? Rose to my feet and checked it out. It was a thin paperback book. I casually picked it up and tensed when I saw the title. The Shell of Shoal. Author Shin Katsuragi.
さっきの子が忘れていったのかしら。
Oh, I suppose that girl must have forgotten it when she left just now.
そうか。
Ah. I grabbed my coat and headed for the door.
時坂くん
Where are you going?
さっきの子なら顔は覚えているし
Gonna return it to her. I remember her face, and besides, she couldn't have gotten far. I left without waiting for Kyoko's response. The girl was heading toward the station when we crossed paths, so let's start there. The station square was populated by a sea of men and women in monochrome outfits passing to and from. Feels like incomplete here, but unfortunately the girl wasn't among them. Damn, and here I saw that it would be easy to spot a student her age at this hour. Got as close to the station as possible and looked toward the platform. There were far too many people present to allow anyone fitting her description to stand out. Guess I'll check Inokashira Park then. If I can still find her after all that, I'll just call it quit. If I still can't find her after all that, I'll just call it quits. I swiftly circled Inokashira Park's promenade. Though dark, the path was sparsely lit by streetlights, fortunately. My breath came out as white puffs of steam. Much to my vexation, I hadn't bumped into anyone since I'd arrived. She must have already gotten on the train by now. But just as I was about to give up and head back to Moonworld, I spotted the girl in question, leaning against the pond's fence. Her eyes danced around the sky, as though lost in thought.
Yeah.
Hey there. Hmm? The girl lunged back when I gave her a little wave. Yeah, I guess she has every right to be cautious.
さっき喫茶店に
You left your
本を
book at the
忘れていた
cafe.
よ
Huh? What? The girl fished through her bag. You're right. It's gone.
ほら
Have it with me. Here you go. I handed the book over.
さっきの
Oh, you're that rice delivery, man. Her eyes gleamed with recognition when she looked up and saw me.
いやそれは違うんだが
Come on, I don't look that poor, do I?
どうも
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. The girl bowed to
そ
me.
の本を読んでいたのかい
So you were reading that book?
はい
Oh, yes.
よかったら感想を
Would you mind telling me your thoughts on it?
え
Huh? Puzzled look swept over the girl's visage.
単純に興味があるんだ
I'm just curious is all. About the book, I mean. I chose my words carefully. Much as I wished otherwise, I was painfully aware of the events that book was based on. Still, it would have been wrong to let an innocent girl in on all that.
悲しい話
I think it's a sad story. The girl delivered her verdict after mulling over the matter for a bit.
Hmm.
Same. The novel was a semi-autobiography of Shin Katsuragi. No, Shinji Mamiya. I'd have been lying if I said I found him completely unsympathetic, but at the end of the day, it still didn't excuse what he'd done.
私はこの少年の気持
I
ち
feel
が
like I understand how that boy felt.
わかる
What do you mean?
ええ
Well, he was never loved, so he's in search of a mother who'll love him for who he was.
本当に愛してくれる母親を
Feel
求め
the
て
same way, I think. Those words had me extremely concerned, to say the least.
君に母親は
Do you not have a mother?
います
No, I do, but
義理です
I'm adopted. Her voice lacked even the slightest trace of emotion.
母はとてもよくしてくれていますでも
My foster mother is very good to me, but I don't think it's the same.
求めているわけではない
君はお母さんの
So you're saying you don't feel like she loves you?
わかりません
I don't know. I don't know. Didn't really get that impression from her mother. She seemed a bit on the odd side, but she did seem to care about Yukiko. Certainly more than Shizuru did for friggin' Toko, that's for sure. But that's not a very high bar to clear.
本持ってきてくれて
Oh, thank you for
ありがとう
bringing me
ござ
my
いま
book.
した
I have to get going now, so
それでは失礼します
girl gave me one last bow before spinning on her heels and racing off toward the station. It almost looked like she was running away. Couldn't exactly blame her. That was a pretty personal subject to be getting into with a total stranger. Still, I didn't want her to think I was chasing her, so I killed some time over by the pond. He saw the mother who'd love him, huh? No, the thing Shinji Mamiya truly wanted wasn't love. It was a conceited and purely one-sided delusion. Thus, I worried for the girl. In hindsight, I wish I'd asked for her name, but it was far too late for that now. Maybe we'll meet again someday, though. Well, just talk to your sister. She'll probably tell you. Step back into
お
Moonworld.
かえりなさい。本渡せた？
Welcome back. Did you manage to track her down?
ああ、
Sure did.
なんとかな。
Still can't believe I pulled it off. I returned to my original seat. Kyoko promptly served me some coffee.
体冷えたでしょ。
Drink up. You must be freezing.
悪いな。
Thanks. I sipped on the steaming cup of Joe.
あの子、似ていたわね。
She's a bit like her, don't you think? My hands froze when I heard Kyoko mutter those words.
気のせいだろ。
You're just imagining things. Though I immediately knew who she was referring to, I shook my head in vehement denial of her claim. That's right, she also often worried about her relationship with her foster mother. Yeah, and I think Kyoko doesn't even know about that, so
遠くとは違うさ。
she's not like Toko. My coffee tasted awfully bitter after that exchange. Damn, alright then. Yukiko flopped onto her bed as soon as she got home. She'd never met that man before, yet had spilled her heart out to him all the same. Perhaps she'd gotten carried away since she'd asked what she thought about the book. Yukiko felt she'd run her mouth about things even if she herself didn't understand very well. Her face practically melted from the embarrassment of the memory. She shoved her face into the pillow. But much to her chagrin, the heat simply refused to go away. Well, I guess even for someone as shy as Yukiko, it's probably hard to stay, like, keep her mouth shut, like, all of the time. Sometimes when it's an important topic, you just gotta address it, right? Anywho, English class was in session. Yukari stared vacantly at her textbook. Her teacher was reading off English sentences. The words themselves weren't all that difficult to understand. It was a conversation about Mark and Seth arguing over who went first. Why not just decide over rock, paper, scissors? That would cut out any arguments. Yukari's eyes shifted from her book to the window. It was a cool yet sunny day. Thanks to that, she could see far off into the distance. A donut-shaped cloud bobbed across the horizon. What should I make for dinner tonight? Now that I think about it, Reiji did bring home some rice last night. Pickled radishes would pair well with that. I should also grab some croquettes on my way home. Not to mention miso soup. Though a simple dinner, it would suffice.
時坂さん、こちらの文章を和訳してください。
Stokisaka, please translate the sentence.
はい。
Yes, ma'am. Yukari rose to her feet and looked at the blackboard. The sentence was fairly easy.
大抵の場合、赤い
In most cases, red cows are faster than red horses. What kind of friggin' sentence is that?
よろしい。
Very good.
着席なさい。
Take your seat.
はい。
Yukari did as she was told.
すごいのね。
It was incredible. She wasn't even paying attention. Yukiko let out an odd whisper from the seat behind.
そんなことないわよ。
Not sure. Not at all. I'm sure anyone could have done it. Yukari kept her voice low so the teacher wouldn't notice.
でも、
But
次、こちらの和訳を変え
Kayara, translate this. Yukiko hastily got off her feet when she was called on.
はい。
Yes, ma'am. The Kaiser,
カイゼル。皇帝。
Emperor. Yukari quietly fed her the translation. The Emperor won 91 battles over the last 20 years, I think. That will do. Have a seat. Thank you so much. Yukiko whispered gratitude into Yukari's ear just before sitting down. Don't mention it, really. Maybe I should have said German Emperor to be clearer. That thought bubbled in Yukari's mind. Well, well. We have the Toji POV now. She's interesting. So, yeah, let's see what she's up to. Toji took the short walk from Kunitachi Station to the Blessed Congregation's headquarters in Kokobunji once again. No reporters surrounded the premises, unlike the other day. Instead, the tranquil rural winter landscape awaited her. However, that did nothing to diminish the eccentric aura engendered by the building itself. A black car was parked near the entrance. That meant at least one of the leaders, whether Oribe or Otsugi, was on the premises. That was a promising sign, as Toji's whole trip would have been pointless otherwise. She'd gone through the proper channels to arrange an interview without the help of the police. Naturally, the meeting came with a plethora of restrictions, but simply getting the chance to ask questions was all that mattered to her. She needed to suss out what sort of people the organization's leaders were, regardless of how fruitless the discussion itself proved to be. Toji checked her watch. It was a little before 2 p.m. Right on schedule. Once she'd made sure of that, she knocked on the front door. Yes? A gloomy voice answered from within. My name is Aoki. I have an appointment here for 2 p.m. One moment. The door opened. Right this way. Toji furtively surveyed the interior as the dour woman beckoned her inside. There appeared to be quite a number of people present. They were gathered in a vast room performing various tasks. Must be work this place does on the side. Sure as hell beats praying for some weird shit, I guess. Toji stepped inside. I'll have to ask you to wait here for the time being. The woman bowed her head before departing. Toji scanned the room up and down while waiting. It certainly didn't feel like a drawing room or an office. If she had to guess, it was probably a hall for ascetic training. An altar stood on the opposite end of the room. A shrine to some deity, maybe. But what's inside? There was some writing on the accompanying talisman, but it was too stylized for Toji to read. Yeah. That's like a real problem if you're trying to learn Japanese and you got these stylized writing like everywhere, and it does not correspond at all to what you know. You know, even if you could read it otherwise, you might not necessarily be able to recognize it because of that. All she could make out was the word blessed. Apart from that, the altar was also adorned with candles, bells, and dumplings offered as tributes. Nothing that appeared to tie back to the murder. Then again, Toji had known from the outset that she wasn't just going to find a fetus clay doll sitting around in the open. Though they could always be hiding one. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. A man's voice boomed behind her. Toji turned that way to find a middle-aged man with a beard. It was Keigo Utsugi. A representative will be along shortly. However, there are several matters I must go over with you prior to his arrival. I'm already aware of them. This interview strictly concerns the Blessed Congregation itself. No questions regarding that incident are to be fielded. Do I have that right? Thank you for your understanding. Itsugi bowed. Much as Toji would have loved to ask about Mizuki Itose, she was certain she'd get no answers on the subject in this place. What were those acolytes in that other room doing? Work, Itsugi answered flatly, as though he'd merely been asked for the time. After Censored's collapse, we assembled their remaining believers and sought to start anew. That's what the Blessed Congregation is. That much was already public knowledge by this point. Unfortunately, we severely lacked the necessary funds with which to sustain a communal life, which is how we got around to performing small jobs on the side. Makes sense. Toji nodded and scrawled the information down in her notebook. We've been earning enough to keep everyone fed thanks to these endeavors. Why did you pick this area to station your headquarters? Because there just so happen to be an unoccupied property suitable for our needs here. So naturally, cleansing the blemish sin that he left on our name also played a part in that. I see. And how was it that you transitioned from Senri to the Blessed Congregation? Allow me to explain. Oh, we get the big boss himself, huh? A voice resounded from right behind Toji. When did he get here? Originally, we were known as not as Senri, but the Congregation of the Blessed. The man, Tokihiro Oribe, slowly circled around Toji. Once our esteemed founder passed away, a usurper in his sect seized power and remained the organization Senri. Alright. Oribe stopped in his tracks, standing directly across from Toji. Maybe it's just me, but he looks like a bit green around the gills. Is he sick? Did the two of you serve Senri as well? We were shunned by Senri's leadership due to our close ties with the original founder. Yeah, no wonder I didn't see them all those years ago then. Toji nodded. The usurper sect perverted the Congregation of the Blessed precepts. Their Oracle of Revelations made fraudulent apocalyptic prophecies to stir fear in the masses. Though I believe you are already familiar with all of that, Toji Aoki. Yeah. Toji begrudgingly nodded. It seemed they'd done their homework on her. Senri caused strife and was destroyed, leaving many of their followers hung out to dry. Thus I wished to save them. Oribe continued as if that little exchange hadn't happened. Most of them were met with persecution and discrimination, and never had a chance of reintegrating into society. The longer Oribe's speech went, the fiercer the fire behind it blazed. I formed the Blessed Congregation, a community to pass on the original Congregation of the Blessed teaching, in order to save those believers who'd been shunned by the world. You say that, but I hear that Senri had a good deal more followers than the Congregation of the Blessed ever did. It is also our duty to set those who were deceived back on the righteous path. Meaning they made Senri's believers convert to the Blessed Congregation, huh? And just what were the Congregation of the Blessed's teachings? To bestow salvation, hope unto mankind. Those were the tenets established by the original founder. What a load of bullshit. Toji had looked into the original founder long ago. He'd been a perverted old man who'd readily indulged in sins of flesh. That was why he'd been despised and murdered by the faction that had formed Senri. Then again, perhaps he truly had held such lofty ideals when he initially established the Congregation of the Blessed, only to be corrupted by the march of time. If that were the case, then that meant it wasn't the founder who'd been crazed by religion. Alright. Any further questions? Oribe interrupted Toji's? Who the heck wrote Toko there? What's she got to do with any of that? Yes, could you tell me what the original founder was like? Our esteemed founder earnestly wished to save this world. He endeavored tirelessly to spread joy and grant the wishes of the downtrodden. A mere difference in perspective wasn't enough to explain this discrepancy. So he's a zealot, huh? Oribe had probably been blindly loyal to the original founder. Does he justify everything the man had done? If the founder had raped women, then Oribe convinced himself that it made those women happy. If the founder embezzled funds, then Oribe would believe it needed them to save the world. He'd even accepted the founder's gluttony as something positively sacred. Sir, it's just about time. Utsugi shot Oribe a look. Toji checked her watch. Wasn't even 3 p.m. yet. Utsugi was apparently cutting in the interview short. I say, if you'll excuse me then. Oribe exited the room. Would you mind if we wrapped it up now? We are rather busy. Sure, fine by me. Toji left the building and lit a cigarette. Damn it, I should have probed a bit deeper. Perhaps it'd been a mistake to play nice and not inquire about the murder like they'd ask. Toji cursed herself for still being wet behind the ears when it came to this whole interview process. But then again, she wouldn't have probably got any good answers out of them anyways, if she had actually probed deeper, right? I stretched after organizing the giant mountain of paperwork before me. There were tallies of the money I'd spent on investigations. The majority of it was travel expenses since I had no staff to pay or anything. I didn't gather up every last receipt, record them in my ledgers, and I wouldn't get paid, since even a single inconsistency was a big deal. Wouldn't want the government stiffing me on the bill just because they thought I was cooking the books after all. I got paid by clients too, of course, but it was never a whole lot of money. Perhaps I'll have to take on some smaller cases until I get the juicy lead in this one. Being in debt to some shady loan shark was the last thing I wanted. Left the office in the evening. Maybe I should stop somewhere before I head home. Ah, okay. This part of the gameplay starts now, where we have to pick like locations where we want to go. And again, it is very easy to make mistakes here. So let's see what we have here. Usually, as long as you get like a specific, you meet like a specific person at a specific location, you can usually say that there's a good chance you've picked the right thing. But not always that easy, you know. So, anyway, what do we have here? We have Kuchiki Hospital, Inokashira Park. I wonder if we could find someone at Oba Girls. Hard to say. Well, we can just always click it, right? And if we don't find anything important, we can always choose again, reload, right? Let's try Kuchiki Hospital first. I dropped by Kuchiki Hospital. Since Masaki was conscious, I figured I'd check up on him. Out of the question. Okay. Well, was promptly rejected by Koharu. Why not? It's still a delicate time for him. That, and we only just put him under with sleeping pills. Oh. Well, nothing I could do about that. Not like I could just walk up to his bed and slap the shit out of him until he woke up. Although that would be amusing. However, you can visit him tomorrow afternoon, provided you're accompanied by me, that is. Got it, I'll keep that in mind. Tomorrow it is, then. I said my goodbyes to Koharu and headed to the exit. Oh. It's Michiro, huh? It was then that I found a tiny girl, Michiro Shirosaki, standing before me. Her right eye took me in. Can I help you with anything? Though I was admittedly rather taken aback, it looked like she wanted to say something, so I spoke up. Huh? Michiro cocked her head. Do you need something? Fortunately, I had experience dealing with someone similarly slow, so I knew to be patient with her. He's talking about the girl who worked in the museum, the Tokyo Metropolitan Art Museum in the first game. Her name was Stella. A blonde girl, clearly not entirely Japanese. I think she had like Italian origins or something like that, but I can't exactly remember. Michiru suddenly raised a stuffed rabbit in her arms. Hmm?
この人は何を言ってるのかしら？
What's this guy saying? What? She pressed the rabbit's mouth against her ear and nodded over and over. I see. Don't worry, Carol. I doubt he's gonna kidnap you. Carol? Yeah, name's Carol Mew Douglas. Michiru held her stuffed rabbit toward me. Pretty chic name. Man, if I didn't know any better, I would have had no idea she'd only had an episode just the other day. At least we've reached an understanding, I think. Oh no. Ah, I see. So you're thirsty, Carol. Michiru looked up at me after saying that. That was probably her way of asking me to get her a drink. Fine. I left Michiru where she was and went over to the nearest nurse's station. Excuse me, could I have a cup of water? Of course, just 1 minute, please. A nurse I'd seen on numerous occasions returned shortly with the water. Here you go. Thanks. Took the cup back to Michiru. When I returned, she's gone. Odd, considering I was only away for a few seconds. Sat on a bench in the hallway. What am I supposed to do with this water now? Should I just drink it and leave? Or should I look for Michi? Oh, there she is again. Just then I spotted her further down the hallway, walking my way. I brought you some water. Oh. She was already holding a cup. Not only that, but she one-upped me with orange juice. Want some? No, I've already got my own water, thank you very much. Huh. Okay. Interesting enough, I guess. But let's see what the other locations have in store for us. And if any of them are, like, relevant to the investigation. Inokashira Park was shrouded by the hues of twilight. There weren't many people around, probably because the pond was exuding a particularly chilly air this day. I circled around the promenade, as was my habit. Though it would hurt to come to this place for a while. The pain had eased with time. Oh yeah, because Toko, right. Not to say I could ever possibly forget her, of course. Oh. I turned toward the voice. The girl I'd spoken to at this park yesterday was sitting on a bench by the pond. Huh? No, she's not her. I knew that yet. Ah, thank you so much for returning my book yesterday. The girl bowed to me. Ah, no problem. I looked away so she couldn't tell just how shaken I was. What's your name? Oh, it's Yukiko. Yukiko Kayahara. Kayahara. You shared the same surname with that woman I'd met at Moonworld recently. I see, so she's her. Is something the matter? Nah, it's no big deal. That woman had seemed young to be a mother. But it all made sense if she's adopted. Pardon me, but who are you? Oh, I'm Tokisaka Reiji. Tokisaka? Yukiko's face warped in surprise. Do you know Yukari? I took the lead, suspecting where this was going. Yeah, we're in the same class. Oh, I see. No, she can be rather odd at times, but I hope the two of you get along. Oh no, I don't think of her that way at all. anything, she's the one who's been so kind to me. I mean, there's no other way to describe her fixation with bugs, right? Yukiko shook her head. Haha, good to know. I'd like it if you two stayed close. As would I. Yukiko nodded firmly. Alright. Cool. Well, I don't know. We could look at the other roads first before we move on. Although I feel like it is interesting, of course, getting her to know her a bit more. I guess this would probably be Moonworld, right? So let's look at Oba Girls Academy first. I dropped by Oba Girls Academy. Man, how long has it been since I was last here? Oh, if it isn't that Eiji. Yukari called out to me before I even had time to bask in nostalgia. Hey there. Certainly wasn't expecting to see you here. You know what it is. I couldn't very well tell her I'd just come on a whim. Ah, cool, more of her as well. You know, that was briefly mentioned yesterday, but she is kind of aspiring to be Reiji's assistant, so... Oh, why hello there, Sato. Long time no see. Likewise. Glad to see you haven't changed, Professor. Could you quit calling me that? Not a professor anymore. You'll always be Professor Tokisaka to me. Guess there's no changing her mind. Are you two on your way home? Yes, although I was going to shop for dinner first. What's on tonight's menu? Stew sounds nice. Are you coming too, or why are you saying that? Ayumu chimed in for some reason. Really does. Perhaps I'll go with that then. And then Yukari agreed with her for some reason. Are you coming over to eat or something? Curious, I focused on Ayumu. No, I'm going straight home. And why'd you give your bees in the first place? Stew, huh? A kill for some game fowl. No can do. You know how expensive that is. Shot down right after takeoff. What about chirinabe then? That's not a bad idea, since they've probably got codfish for cheap at the fishmongers. Guess I don't have a say in any of this. Then I'll have to get some bok choy and tofu too. Is there anything you'd like with it, Reiji? Well, since you asked, how about some shallots? That's rather standard coming from you. Yukari looked exasperated for some reason. Come on, you didn't think I'd be stupid enough to ask for game fowl after all of that, right? Maybe I should have just asked for chicken. Alright. Okay, let's check the last one and then decide which one we're gonna actually pick for the remaining playthrough. I took the Chua line over to Kichijoji. My plan had been to bum around here for a while, stop by Moonworld for coffee, forgot 2 boards, then head home. Unfortunately, the station square was crowded with students, businessmen, housewives, and kids waiting for taxis and buses. And pushing through them just to get by seemed like far too much of a pain. Thus I stopped in my tracks, right after exiting the station. Now what? Huh? I heard a voice right next to me. When I turned toward the source, I saw a girl wearing the official Oba Girls Academy coat, curiously looking up at me. There's something up. Brother? Not your brother, at least. Sister, then? Definitely not. Oh, I see. Now I get it. The girl nodded to herself like she solved some grand mystery. I could swear I've seen her before. You're Yukari's friend, right? Ultimately, I went with the leading question since I wasn't so sure of the answer myself. You know Yukari? Knew it.
俺は
I'm
ゆかり
Yukari's
の
brother.
兄だよ。
そうだった
Oh,
んです
so
か
that's what it was. Wait, if you didn't know, then what were you nodding about just now?
てっきり映画俳優だと
And
思っ
here
て
I
ました
saw you were a movie star. No way. Though I'd have been lying if I said I wasn't a little flattered.
もしくは
That or
野
the
外の
old
おじさんが
fogey from that one stall. She was quite a piece of work, wasn't she? Yeah, as I said before, it's like a kind of a running joke in this whole universe. The guy in the takoyaki stall.
ゆかりっちの友
I'm
達は
Kohane Tori, Kari's friend.
時坂礼二だ。
Nice to meet you, Amadeji Tokisaka.
あ、そうだ。
Alright, you came over just last week, didn't you?
はい
Yep. Wow.
あ
This is Kari's
ー
brother,
ゆかり
eh?
っちのお兄さんか
なんだい？
You make it sound like I'm some figure of legend.
ゆかりっちからは
Well, no, it's just Kari told me her brother was a good for nothing slacker. Oh, how I wish I could have denied that. Alas, I knew myself too well.
探偵さんなんですよ
You're a
ね
detective, right?
まあ一応はね
I。try to be at least.
毎晩飲み歩い
Is
て
it true that you go bar hopping every night?
そん
Where the hell did you hear that? It's not every night. I think.
でも
I mean, Kari's always complaining about how she cooks dinner every day. We never get back while it's warm.
最近はそんな
I don't think that's been the case as of late, actually. Still, after hearing that, I decided it'd be best to get home early again. Alright, I think we're gonna go with Yukiko's route, just because it seems like getting to know her better is probably relevant since we're talking, since, you know, she's being brought up so often. Alright, let's just go through that. And, you know, also because it seemed kind of shaken there for a moment with Toko being brought up. Although that was just him being silly, I guess. I called Kuchiki Hospital after dinner. Once that was done, I returned to my room. The call had been to let me know I'd be visiting tomorrow. As for why, well, I needed to ask some questions. Not that I was expecting to have them all answered, of course. Still, I figured I'd at least get some information out of the venture. Though that said, I had no idea if any of it would be relevant to the case. School was out for the day. Yukiko had been staring at her blank sketchbook for quite some time now, head lost in the clouds. She was solely focused on coming up with something to draw. However, no inspiration had come to her. She looked around the clubroom for help, but Yukari had yet to arrive. That said, Kohane was present. But though she was a member of the art club on paper, Yukiko had never actually seen her draw anything. Thus she figured it'd be a waste of time asking her for advice. The girl in question had lined some desks up and was resting atop them as she stuck her nose in the book. The teachers would have scolded her for her lack of decorum, yet oddly enough Kohane looked right at home, lounging around like that. Hmm? Yukiko frantically looked away when their eyes met.
ねえゆきこちゃん
Hey, Yukiko. Kohane sat up.
何
Yes, what is it?
前から聞こうと
I've
思
been
って
meaning
た
to
んだ
ask
け
you
ど
this
さ
for a while, but
昔
you
一緒に
remember how
遊ん
we
でた
used
こ
to
と
hang out as
覚えてる
kids? Huh? She'd inquired about the past. According to Kohane, the two of them had met long ago. But in all honesty, Yukiko barely remembered any of it. Though that wasn't to say she'd completely forgotten Kohane herself.
ごめんなさい物覚えが
Really sorry, but no, I have a very poor memory, so...
まあ
Oh well, it's fine. I know you're the forgetful type and all. Kohane smiled bitterly. Seeing that look on her face stung Yukiko's heart.
じゃあさ柿つばたは
Okay, then let's try this. You remember the iris? The iris?
柿つばた
Iris? That was the name of a flower. But could it have also meant something else?
もしかして有原の
Are you referring to Ariwara no Narahira? I don't know what that is.
そうそうカラコロン
Bingo, it's from his poem about that old robe. In the course of this tour, ragged and worn out is this robe. Intimate acquaintance I made, sunk into my mind and heart. It was an example of an acrostic poem. In this case, the first letter of the first word of every verse spelled out the word iris, though they more commonly use the first syllables instead of first letters. Oh, okay. What kind of obscure vinyls?
いろいろと折りにして遊んでいたんだ
We
けど
used to make up all kinds of
それも
poems like
覚えて
those,
ないかな
but I'm guessing you don't remember that either. Okay. That's definitely sounds unique, yeah. But I'm guessing you don't remember that item. Sorry. Yukiko shook her head. Though she knew what acrostic poems were, she didn't remember ever making any.
夢に見る君の
Like, for
ささやき
example,
この笑顔
You come to me in the night, key to my heart in your hand, coaxing smile upon your lips. The first syllables of that one came out as Yukiko.
よくすぐに思いつくわね
Can't believe you came up with that so quick. Yukiko was genuinely impressed.
夢いずこ川の流れはリン
Or maybe you from Guam, me from Morocco, Kauai, we meet, aloha, regards exchanged over a glass of Chardonnay. Although that one's kind of pushing it. The first syllables came out as Yukari, while the final ones came out as Kohane. Yukiko admired and envied how quickly Kohane had popped those out. Huh? Suddenly, Yukari entered the club room.
何か楽しいことがあったんですか
Guys seem to be having quite a lot of fun. Are you doing something special? Yukari couldn't help but ask when she noticed Yukiko smiling. Oh no, Tori and I were just chatting, that's all.
そう
Same. Yukari seemed happy for some reason.
あ
Ah, Tokisaka.
伊坂さん
Yes. Yukari's smile didn't fade in the slightest.
あの
I'm not really sure what I should draw.
いいのか
Yukiko showed her the blank sketchbook. She'd finally worked up the courage to ask. Sad it was to admit she hadn't been able to concoct an idea on her own. But knowing Yukari, she'd come up with something in the blink of an eye.
そうね
However, Yukari put her hand to her chin in contemplation instead.
好きなものを描いてみるというのが
Personally, I'd say it'd be best to draw something you like. Something you like? That was rather vague. Something or someone you like. Yukiko gazed at Yukari. The Virgin Mary the girl had drawn also came to mind. Both would prove difficult. Yukiko didn't think she could draw them, or the man she'd met at the park the other day. That would be awkward if Yukiko started drawing Yukari's brother, huh? Okay, so... Oh, yeah. He was gonna... Reiji was gonna question Masaki because... He kind of made a connection, or I guess, even though Yaginuma didn't tell him about the suspect they had arrested for the first murder, he kind of made the connection that Masaki is in some way relevant to the case because his suicide attempt was basically happened right after the whole case with the nurse that was murdered. And yeah, then later on, when the second murder happened, Yaginuma said something like, it couldn't have been him because he was in a coma. And because, you know, Reiji donated his blood to him, I guess he must have figured it out. that he was the guy that Yaginuma was talking about. But at the same time, it wasn't directly addressed in the story, so we don't really know how he made the connection. He just did. A familiar face was waiting for me right outside the front door.
お久しぶりです、時坂さん。
Oh no, it's Fumiya. We've seen what you've done to your sister. Long time no see, Mr. Tokisaka. It was Fumiya Kuchiki. He was Chizora's brother and the current director of Kuchiki Hospital, taking over following his father's resignation.
こんにちは。
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule for me. Oh no, it's no trouble at all, honest. All I really have to look forward to is desk work and meetings anyway. Come right this way. Fumiya beckoned me inside with his gloved right hand.
失礼します。
Thank you for indulging me. I entered the room.
今お茶を持ってき
I'll
ます
go get us some tea.
いえ、お構いなく。
Oh no, that won't be necessary. Let's just get down to...
少し喉を潤した方が
I
話し
think
や
a
すい
little refreshment will make the conversation easier in our throats. Oh well, fair. I mean, I guess that's one positive thing about having your fingertips amputated. You can wear a cool glove on just one hand, I guess, and look very mysterious. Although I guess you could do that even with a functioning hand, but still, it gives you a good excuse, I suppose. Fumiya held up a hand and left the room when I started pestering him. Oh man. Guess I'm the antsy one here. I sat on the sofa. It wouldn't do good to rush this when I'd already waited long enough as it stood. As such, I forced myself to relax. I'd just ask my questions and get as many answers as he was willing to part with.
お待たせしました
My apologies about the wait. Fumiya eventually returned with a tray bearing 2 teacups.
どうぞ
Help yourself.
すみません。
Thank you. I grabbed the teacup. Warm steam emanated from the green tea within.
さて
So, you wanted to ask about Mayu Kamizono, correct? Fumiya sat upright across from me.
この病院の
Yes, I was hoping you could tell me about her work ethic and any close associates she may have had here if possible.
僕は末端の看護婦
I don't keep a close eye on every single nurse who works for me, just so you're aware.
まあ、そうでしょう。
Figured as much, yes. That was inevitable when you ran such a large hospital.
ですから
So honestly, your latter question is probably best directed at either a fellow nurse
山之内先生
or
に
Dr. Yamanouchi, who also already mentioned that she does not know much about Kamizono, but
わかりました。
alright, then how about her work ethic? Do you know anything about that?
これも記録上ですが
She supposedly exhibited no unusual behavior, though granted, I'm going strictly off our records here. Fumiya showed me Mayu Kamizono's shift chart. It was divided between the early shift, late shift, night shift, day shift, and days off.
先月の勤務表
This is a record of last month's shifts. She never missed a day of work, nor did she abruptly take any extended vacations. So nothing that would raise any eyebrows, huh?
彼女が何か
I see. Incidentally, would you happen to be aware of whether she was particularly religious?
それはおそらくないと
Don't
思います
believe she was.
病院という
No,
場所
we're
は
especially cautious about that sort of
人の死
thing,
の多くいるところですから
since a hospital is a place where one encounters death on a regular basis.
そうですか。
That makes sense. Yeah, probably wouldn't be a good look if you had cultist doctors enlisting mentally unstable patients.
昨年の事件
We've also been running far stricter background checks on our entire staff since last year's incident. It sounded like they were being mindful of doctors and nurses who use their professions as a cover for shady business. Not that I thought said background checks were completely reliable, though.
今回は内部犯行という
The chances of this murder being an inside job are next to none, rest assured. I said that to assuage Fumiya's fears. Just then, there was a knock on the door.
ちょっと失礼します
Sorry, I'll go get that. Fumiya headed for the door. Yes. Oh, I wasn't expecting to see you, Chizuru. I turned my head around upon hearing those words.
こんにちは
She come around? Did she come stop by for a quickie or something?
どうも
Likewise, I hope I'm not getting in the way of something important. I rose to my feet and exchanged pleasantries with her. Oh no, not at all.
兄さん
Fumiya, I'm here to bring you this. Chizuru handed Fumiya a lunchbox. Thanks, sorry to keep making you do this. Fumiya brought the lunchbox over to his desk.
晩飯ですか
What is that, dinner? Yes, I always make him supper whenever he works night shifts. Restaurants are usually closed by the time I get a moment to eat, you see. Fumiya strolled back on over after Chizuru left. It was far less of a hassle when my father still ran this place and I worked at home, I must admit.
いろいろとご苦労
Sounds rough.
そうですね
It is. You've suffered from an egregious lack of staff, to the point where I've been forced to make Dr. Yamanouchi tend to hospitalize patients, in addition to her regular obgyn duties.
精神科はどうな
How's the psych ward being handled, if I may ask?
それは
Well, we've had a doctor from another hospital coming here to cover that since Dr. Saito's arrest, actually.
患者の転院などは考え
And your patients never considered taking their business elsewhere?
入院設備はうちが一番優れてい
Our
ます
hospitalization facilities are state of the art, or rather the most humane, so rarely no.
傑作や
We do everything in our power to avoid using bars and straitjackets. Okay, so it does still happen, but
そうですか
let's say, different time back then. Yeah, most hospitals would never allow a patient like Michiro to roam the halls freely.
上園さん
At any rate, as I said, you'd be better off asking Dr. Yamanouchi for details on Nurse Kamizono. I'm sure they saw a lot of each other at work.
わかりました
Thank you, I'll be sure to do that. I polished off my tea and got up.
また何かありましたらお尋
I
ね
may be back with more questions in the future, so don't be surprised if you see me again soon.
え
I'll keep that in mind. And with that, I left Fumiya's office. My next order of business was questioning Dr. Yamanouchi. But first things first, I wanted to check up on Masaki. I headed toward the inpatient ward. Eventually, I stopped in front of the room labeled Tomoyuki Masaki.
時坂さん
Satokisaka. Koharu called out to me right as I was about to knock.
ああ山之内
Oh,
先
Dr. Yamanouchi.
まさきさんにご用ですか
Do you have some business with Mr.
生
Masaki?
まあ
Guess you could say that. I'm just here to see how he's doing.
今は起きておられ
You're
るは
welcome
ず
to
です
see him since he should be awake right about now.
くれぐれも
However, I must ask that you...
分かってますよ
I know, I'll keep it to chit-chat only. That said,
その前に
there's actually one thing I need to ask while you're here.
しておきたいことがあります
何でしょうか
What is it?
彼
Masaki was a patient at the psych ward here, wasn't he?
受けていましたね
Oh, so he's figured that out as well. That was the only possibility I could conceive when considering his connection to Mayu Kamizono and the department she worked at. Oh, okay.
そして彼は
Also, was he ever treated by Rokushiki?
一つだけ
That's more than one thing, isn't it? But yes, you're correct on both fronts.
まあ
Koharu reluctantly
あ
nodded.
りがとうございます
Thank you for answering honestly.
ですが
That being said, Mr. Masaki only had a handful of sessions with Dr. Saito.
せいぜい数
He
ヶ月
started coming here for treatment in March of last year, you see.
初心だったはずですから
That's so. March, huh? It was around the time of the incident and a month before Rokushiki's arrest. We had one man behind bars and another on the run as a testament to how this guy's life could have gone completely off the rails had the good doctor treated him for too long. But while Rokushiki was an expert at tinkering with others' minds, I doubted he could even have worked his magic over a mere smattering of sessions. Is it safe to assume he had no involvement in his murder then? Koharu knocked on the door as I pondered that question.
まさきさん
Well,
ありますよ。
in a previous investigation or deduction part of the game, we had to choose like whether or not we believed that Rokushiki had an involvement in the case or not. And I picked no because although we had seen that he was treated by Rokushiki for a short period of time, there was like no real indication that he could have influenced him in any way to commit the murders. And besides, there were no signs that he committed the murders anyways. So, if anything, the opposite was, we got the impression of the opposite by the game. I followed her into the hospital room.
Yo.
Hey there.
あなた
You're... Masaki looked up at me, only for his voice to die in his throat. A reasonable reaction, all things considered.
手の具合はどうだ
How's the hand? Still a bit stiff. But, you know, that's another hot fuss joke. Masaki didn't answer. I decided to wait for his answer rather than ask again. Though personally, I believe just standing here awkwardly would be more stressful for him than me pressing him for an answer. Koharu said nothing either. Or rather, I got the feeling she wanted to interject, but was holding her tongue.
左手はまだほとんど動かせ
I
ません
still can't move it all that much. Masaki held his bandaged hand out toward me. His fingers were bent unnaturally.
傷が癒えたらリハビリテーションを開始する
Apparently, I'll need to start rehab once my cut heals up.
体調は
How are you feeling on the whole?
おかげさまで悪くは
Fairly decent, thank you for asking.
あなたの血が役立ったようで
A
す
certain someone's blood did the trick, it seems.
最近はタバコも減らしている
Guess cutting down on smoking turned out to be good for something after all.
自分もたまにタバコを吸う
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I smoke too. Well, once in a while anyway.
そうか
Oh yeah? Want to smoke then?
病室内は禁煙です。
Smoking is forbidden on our premises. Koharu stopped me when I moved to draw my cigarette carton.
だそうだ
Well, you heard the lady.
知っています
I already knew.
奇遇だな
What a coincidence, so did I. Well, naughty.
時坂さん、
Mr. Tokisaka. Koharu's glare sent shivers down my spine.
退院後はどうするんだ
Anyway, what are your plans once you get out of here?
さあ
I don't have any. Helpful answer if I've ever heard one.
週明けには退院できるようです
Supposedly I'll be out by the start of next week, but I haven't considered what comes next. That isn't good. He was only staying here for now because he'd failed his suicide attempt. But if he had no plan for after they cut him loose, he could very well try it again. And I couldn't have a key player in the case dying on me. Good grief. I scratched my head. My to-do list just grows longer by the minute, doesn't it? I left Masaki's
そ
room.
うだ山之内先生
Oh, right. There was something else I wanted to ask you, Dr. Yamanouchi.
私に答え
Very well, but I make no guarantees I can answer.
上園真由に関することです
It's about Mayu Kamizono. What was her relationship with Masaki like? Assuming she was in charge of him, I mean.
どうでしたか
Fairly normal, from what I could tell. Koharu was upfront on the matter. She must have figured I would just take my questions to Masaki if she didn't answer.
悪くはなかった
So there was no bad blood between them?
それ以上
No, though I have no idea whether they were anything special to one another. In other words, she was saying that she wasn't sure whether they'd been together. I knew the answer to that question since I'd seen Mayu Kamizono's autopsy, but there was no need to get into that with Koharu.
どちらかというと
Though, if I had to say, Nurse Kamizono seemed rather mindful of Mr. Masaki.
患者と看護婦という
As more than his nurse, you mean?
ええ
Yes, Nurse Kamizono had a co-worker who can most likely provide more details on that front, though.
その方は
Where can I find this person?
今日はお休み
I believe she has the day off. Well, of course. Damn. Oh well, I guess that means I'll just have to come back on another day.
ではこれで失礼します
Thank you, I'll see you later then.
ええ
Right,
気をつけて
take care. I didn't even have to censor all that much today except for one corpse. So, not much in terms of booba. The sun was close to setting by the time I left the hospital. Think I'll drop by somewhere before heading home, but where? Okay, so we have another one of these scenes where we can choose where to go. Right, so I guess Ueno Station is probably gonna be meeting Toji, if I had to guess. This one I'm not sure. Moon World and Opa Girls. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just click our way through them and then decide afterwards which one we're gonna go with. I swung by Ueno. I hadn't been around these parts much over the last year since my local detective buddy had departed for greener pastures. Didn't seem much different from what I could tell though. Minus maybe a few in-progress skyscrapers that weren't on the horizon last time. Though that said, I highly doubt it they'd ever be completed. They'd ever completely blot out the sky, not with how wide the roads were for trolleys. A row of food stalls sat outside the station. Wasn't all that hungry at the moment though, so I decided to try them out another time. It was with that thought in mind that I passed by yakisoba and takoyaki stalls. Before long, I came across Toji Aoki leaning against a metal fence on the sidewalk adjacent to Ueno Park.
Yo.
Hey there. Oh, it's you. What are you up to? Can't you tell? Not really. Staking someplace out, maybe? Toji's eyes were fixated on the station's entrance. Just wanted to make sure the area was secure enough for the deal. The deal? We've got dealings with the blessed congregation? Nah, something else altogether. Toji shook her head. I remembered hearing that she'd once been a key player at a criminal organization that held Ueno beneath their thumb. If I had to guess, she was probably still tied to them. After all, it took a while, if ever, to fully cast off one's shackles to groups like those. Wait here. Toji took off after issuing that command. A sea of people filed out of the station. It looked to me like they'd just gotten off a train from Tohoku. Whoever they were, I held still as I was told. That said, I also readied myself to take action if things took a turn south. Shady characters such as gangster types and a man with the eyes of a predator emerged from the station. However, Toshi just passed right by them and approached an elderly man who was dragging a wagon. She'd called this a deal. So, there were probably goods involved, but I had a hard time imagining such a grandfatherly figure partaking in dirty dealings. Toji said something to the old man. Neither of them really appeared to be on edge or anything. It seemed I'd been right. This didn't look like a mafia transaction at all. Just then an old woman emerged from the station and approached them. Here it comes. Ultimately, I decided to smoke while I waited. After all, I wasn't worried anymore after everything I'd seen. If anything, the man running the nearby food stall had far scarier eyes than that old-timer. Toji said something to the old woman. The old woman smiled and set a bag at her feet. Okay. Sure, it's nice out. Why the heck do you look so gloomy? Toji returned at the exact moment. Gloomy? Must be the sunset casting shadows on my face. Anyway, what was that all about? I pointed to the paper bag Toji held. Miso, of course, couldn't you tell? No, I really couldn't. How the hell was I supposed to have associated any of that with miso? This is handmade miso from Tsugaru, you see, so it'll fly off the shelves once it hits Ameya. I couldn't have that happening to me, so I wanted to make a deal to get some ahead of time. Yeah, she's like, for some reason she's obsessed with miso, so, you know. I see. Everything she said was sound, yet it all felt so wrong. I'm out of here.
今度
Alright, I'll bring you some of my best sweet red miso next time.
ああ、そうかい。
Gee, can't wait. Okay. Well. Okay, let's check out some of the other locations. No. Let's look what we can find here at Kichijoji. Kichijoji was dressed in the hues of sunset. The restaurants in the vicinity of the station were packed, probably because it was Saturday. Having a drink before heading home actually sounds pretty good right about now. Off to Moonworld it is then. I started making my way there with that thought in mind. But just a few steps later.
時坂さんの
Ah, it's Yukiko again, huh? Oh, you're Tokisaka's
お
brother.
や、君は確か
Oh, hey, you're Kayahara, right? Yukari's friend?
ゆかりの友達の。
Yes. We're in the same club.
同じ部活動です。
ということは。
Oh, so you're part of the art club too, huh?
はい。
Yes, though I only just joined this week.
始めたばかりですけど、
Yukiko bashfully hung her head.
何を描
I
けば
still don't know what to draw, though. Maybe you could model for me,
あの、
if that's alright with
で
you.
きればモデルになっていただけませんか。
That's kind of weird. That's so, straightforward of her. We're not used to that at all. Wait, what? Definitely hadn't expected to hear that. Oh goodness, what am I saying? Please forget all about that.
忘れてください。
Yukiko shook her head and waved her hands, her face red as the sky above.
まあ、こんなおじさんがいても
Probably for the best.
面
Don't
白
think
く
an
ない
old fart like me would be a pretty picture. Literally. Frankly, I wasn't so gung-ho about modeling anyway, so it was a relief to hear her rescind the
ゆ
offer.
かりに頼んだらどうだい？あいつならやって
Why not
くれる
ask
だろうよ。
Yukari? I'm sure she'd welcome the idea with open arms.
いえ、
No, Yukiko hung her head and started anxiously
こ
mumbling.
れから頼んでおいてあげようか。
Want me to ask her then?
いえ、
What? Oh no, I'd rather die than have it come to that. I see. This girl was throwing me for one loop after another today.
ですから、
So, I'd appreciate it if you could please refrain from asking.
お
Sure.
あの、
Sorry, I'll be going now.
すみません。失礼します。
Not awkward at all, of course. Conversations with her. Yukiko turned around and disappeared into the station.
あの年頃はわかる
I seriously don't get kids her age. Damn kids. And their, hip-hop music. Well, I guess not back in those days, but, that went for Yukari too, though honestly she was in a completely different league from her peers.
帰ろう。
Screw that drink. Alright. Okay, what else can we look at? I'm always wondering if these, if there's anything that's relevant for the investigation. But, you know, right now it doesn't really seem like that. It's just chit-chat. No matter where we go. I stopped by Oba Girls Academy. In the end, I'd only worked at the place for a month, and yet, it held so many priceless memories for me. That being said, staring at a place like this probably made me look like a creepy pervert, so I figured it was best to beat a hasty retreat while I still could.
あれ？
Oh? My eyes were drawn to the sound of a nearby voice. A girl wearing the official Oba Girls Academy coat was curiously looking up at me.
うーん。
That's her again.
何か
Something up?
お兄さん。
Brother?
誰の？
Whose?
それはもちろん。
Who else but
兄さん。
Leiji? Yukari interrupted the girl.
よ、ゆかり。
Hey there, Yukari.
そうそう、ゆかりっちのお兄さん。
Right, that's who, you're Yukari's brother. The girl nodded to herself.
友達か？
Friend of yours, Yukari?
ええ。鳥居小林
Yes,
さん
this
で
is
す。
Kohani Tori.
うちに来た
I've
こともあります
invited her to her home before, so you surely must have seen her there.
いや、
Oh, have
どう
I?
だろう。
That wasn't ringing any bells. Though on second thought, she did look vaguely familiar.
家の前です。 すれ違いましたよね。
We've passed by each other outside your house, right?
そりゃわからんわ。
That really doesn't help much. I would have remembered her if we'd interacted some more, but that hadn't happened.
これから帰るのか？
You guys heading home?
ええ。
Yes, today was a half day, but we stayed late for club activities, so we're only leaving now.
ということは、
Oh, so I take it Tori's also a member of the yacht club?
ええ。
In a sense. Well, that was vague. I couldn't imagine this girl would have stayed here so late if she wasn't in any club, though.
私はマネージャーですから。
I'm the club's manager, see? I wasn't aware the yacht club needed something like that.
席だけ置いてもらっているんです。
We're together on paper only.
席
Oh, but
と
don't
言
get
っ
the
ても
wrong
ゆ
idea.
かりっちと入
Just
籍
because
している
we're
わけじゃ
together
あ
on
りませんよ。
paper doesn't mean we're married.
わかってるよ。
You don't say. Yeah, she's an oddball, that one. For sure. She doesn't, fill the hole that, Suzuriko left, but, you know, she's pretty nice regardless.
いらっしゃい時坂くん。
Ah, Tukisaka, welcome.
よ、
Hey there. I gave Kyoko a wave and sat at the counter.
コーヒーと何か軽くつまむ
I'll have some coffee and a little snack.
あらいいの。
Are you sure about that?
ゆかり
Won't
ちゃんが
Yukari have
晩ご飯
dinner waiting for you?
作っている。
だから軽くなんだよ。
Hence why I said a little.
じゃあ
Fair enough.
さっき買ってき
How
た
about this takoyaki I got earlier then?
冷えちゃって
Oh, it's gone cold, just so you know. Oh, okay. Kyoko brought out a small curved bowl with takoyaki in it.
コーヒーにや。
Huh, I don't know. Do you really think this stuff goes down good with coffee?
食べてみたらわかる。
Only one way to find out.
はい。
Speaking of coffee, here's yours. Why did I just get the chills? I decided to give my throat a literal warm-up with coffee first. Afterward, I stuck a toothpick into a piece of takoyaki. Down the hatch it goes. Ultimately, it was a bit soggy, but not half bad.
どこで買ったんだ？
Ready to get these.
商店街のお店よ。
A stand in the shopping district. A young guy was making them. So not the old creepy guy in Ueno.
あ
Oh, how about that? I sipped on my coffee.
何？いや
Oh, is that a hint of jealousy I detect?
あ、んなわけねえだろ。
Hell no. I picked up another piece of takoyaki. Pairing them with coffee had been as much of a mistake as I'd feared. Okay, so it's not really relevant, I guess, which one we're picking. So I guess we're gonna go with Toji or something. I don't know, man. Doesn't really matter. Not in this particular case, anyway. Okay. That being said, I reclined against the sofa after dinner and closed my eyes.
食べてすぐに眠ると
You're going to get fat if you go to sleep right after eating. Cuddy emerged from the kitchen with a teapot and teacups on the tray.
まだ眠ってないぞ。
I'm not sleeping.
眠っていた人ほど
That's what all
そういう
sloths say. I really was innocent, but whatever. Yukari leaned over and served me a cup of tea.
兄さん
Deichi,
明日の天気
you happen to have any idea what tomorrow's weather will be like?
明日？
Why, you got something going on?
ええ
Yes, I was planning to sketch some nature.
こんな真冬に？
In the heart of winter?
だから天気が気になるん
Why
です
else do you think I'd be asking about the weather? She really takes her art seriously, huh?
あまり覚えちゃいないが。
Well, whatever. Anyway, I'm not sure, but I don't think there'll be any rain or snow.
だったら
I certainly hope not. Yukari didn't sound convinced.
お前な。
Hey, just be grateful they even have the weather forecast in the paper these days. When I was your age, they did no such thing, since it was considered classified military intelligence.
わかってます
I know, I know.
何度も聞いてますもん
Told me that more times than I can count. Seriously? Guess there wasn't any proof I hadn't, now that I thought about it. I was definitely the kind of guy who'd bring up that fun fact.
同じように
We've also gone on and on about how maps during the war showed nothing but fields and forests as part of the government's information control. Honestly, by this point, I could recite the whole thing word for word.
そいつは
Sorry about that. It was official. I'd become an old fogey. I don't know, how old do we think this guy is anyway? He'd mentioned that he fought in the war. But I mean, they drafted them pretty early, I guess, in that day and age. But so, if he was like 18 during the war or something, then yeah, he's in his, I guess, in his 30s now. But you know, it's hard to say, really. Yeah, see, if it's 57. The 12 years at the very least. But yeah, rough estimate around early 30s. Ueno Station was positively packed on Sunday with tourists who were visiting from the countryside. The fact that the local shopping district was also selling New Year's decorations meant that even people living on the outskirts of Tokyo were swarming the place. Toji was reviewing documents at the cafe by the station. Concerned Mizuki Itose, which was the second victim. She'd been a passionate Blessed Congregation devotee whose mother had been a member of the Congregation of the Blessed. Records showed nothing unusual about her treatment in the organization itself. Just another run-of-the-mill believer. Furthermore, she wasn't particularly attractive either. Every last thing about her had been perfectly average. Nobody whom no one should have cared about in the least, cruel as that sounded. On the other hand, that also meant there was no clear motive for her murder. However, it was hard to believe it'd been a spur-of-the-moment killing, considering the state of her corpse. Which meant that someone must have intentionally murdered her for what they considered to be a good reason. What said reason remained hazy as mist. Nothing came to Toji's mind, no matter how diligently she perused the documents. In all honesty, she had never been that great of a thinker to begin with, and she knew it. She'd always been the kill first, ask questions later type. By the way, since we're already on Toji right now, I want to quickly show you a picture of how she used to look in Kataka. She used to have long hair. Yeah, that's her in that game. I think that was a pretty. I think that game was released pretty early on in the PS2 life cycle, if I'm not mistaken. So it's pretty old at this point, and the I guess the whole look of it kind of underlines that fact, I suppose you could say. But it's still a good game. Although if I were to play that on stream, wouldn't there wouldn't be an end to the censoring I would have to do. So it had a lot of those scenes, so you know. Thus, her current plan was to scrounge together information and leave the sinking up to Reiji. She rose to her feet and left the cafe. The wind was frigid, hardly a shock, seeing as December was already halfway over. Toji's left sleeve flapped in the wind as she crossed the road and headed to the station. The flyers on the streetlights were fluttering in a similar fashion. Toji came to a halt when she saw the name Takashiro on one of them. She tore off that flyer, barely sticking to its home. The faded and wrinkled scrap of paper was all but ruined, but Toji could still make out the words, "Got a problem? No problem at all. From missing folks to lost belongings, the Takashiro Detective Agency's got you covered." It had been handmade with mimeographed letters, and based on the writing, it probably hadn't been Shoujo himself, but rather his wife Kazuna who'd made it. Toji took stock of her surroundings and found the same flyer posted sporadically around the area. Flyers were rather aged. It must have been made before the Takashiros had moved to Zushi. Whatever the case, it wasn't exactly a good image to have these still around when the people in question no longer were. Guess I should take these down. Toji ripped one of these flyers off a nearby telephone pole. Some of them were covered by flyers for a loan shark business. Regardless, she tore those off as well. It was only now that it hit her exactly how many flyers had been posted. Seriously, Kazuna, you're not supposed to put them all up in the same part of town. That's advertising 101. Toji smiled awkwardly when she pictured Kazuna posting them. Though Toji admired how hard she'd worked to support her husband. Pinning one up on a food stall had just been overkill. Sheesh. Toji was about to remove that flyer when suddenly she noticed a woman scrutinizing it. It's the takoyaki salesman. The running gag of the series. The old man running the stall was also keeping an eye on her. She appeared to be about Toji's age. Furthermore, it looked like she had more than just a passing interest in the flyer. Perhaps she's in the market for a detective. Hey, miss, you gonna order some takoyaki or not? Oh no, terribly sorry, I didn't mean to give you the wrong idea. I was wondering if I could ask about this flyer. Flyer? Oh, the one for that detective agency, yeah? You know it? Of course I do. The miss who put him up asked me if you could post one on my stall to help support her hubby's business. She did. The old man's face crinkled wistfully. Her hubby's one hell of a gumshoe, too. Heard he solved the toughest of cases back in the day. Wow, he sounds amazing. Damn right he is. He was one of my regulars. Ain't no other guy like him, that's for sure. Though Toji felt the old man was shilling Shoujo a bit too hard, she had to admit it was nice hearing someone speak so highly of her friend. However... Excuse me, are you out looking to hire a detective? Who are you? The woman raised her arms cautiously when Toji addressed her. Sorry, I'm a friend of the owner of that detective agency. I suppose I should have led with that. Toji pointed at the flyer. He's not in Tokyo right now, so I don't think he'll be taking on any new cases soon. Oh, really? Just drop by Sushi or Sushi, then whatever the confounded place is called. Toji ignored the old man's grumblings and continued. Mind if I ask why you need a detective? Huh? Oh, you don't gotta worry about nothing, miss. You can trust her. She's got some pull around these parts here. Believe me. Say. Alright then, I'm looking for someone actually. Then I'd recommend you try the Tokisaka Detective Agency in Shinjuku. Pretty sure they can help. Shinjuku? This is my first time in Tokyo, so I don't really know where everything is. Simple, you go to that station and take the Yamate line in a loop until you get there. Then after you get off, I think the Yamanote line used to be called differently, so that's probably what they're referring to. But, you know, I can't really say I'm an expert on the history of the Tokyo subway, so... But I think I might have heard that at some point. Toji flipped over one of her flyers and drew a simple map. The place should be right here. There. Thank you so much for all your help. I'll pay them a visit later. The woman bowed and walked off. Poor gumshoe guy finally gets a customer, only to lose her to another agency. Luck sure as heck ain't on his side. Well, there's no point directing people to a guy who isn't even around. Toji reached for the flyer attached to the food stall. Stop right there. Leave it. Why bother keeping it up when the guy's closed shop? Besides, won't a crusty old flyer just give him a bad name? Closed shop or not, it don't matter. The guy's still living to his fullest even now, after all. I mean, I guess. At least the guy's, fulfilling his promise, even if there's no need to, I suppose. The old man stared off into the distance for some reason. I'm afraid I don't follow. Kids these days, I swear. Toji ignored his ranting and surreptitiously left the stall behind. Alright. Later that afternoon, Yukari strolled alongside the pond's shore, sketchbook in hand. Kohane was right next to her, with Yukiko trailing close behind. The three had gotten together to sketch the great outdoors. So where are you gonna start sketching? This should do. You can see the Benzai 10 clearly from the side of the pond. Kohane plopped down onto a nearby bench upon hearing that. Sounds good. Guess I'll just read here then. Okay. Yukari wasn't bothered by that declaration. If anything, she would have started questioning Kohane's sanity if her friend had suddenly expressed an interest in drawing. Yukiko also relaxed on the bench. I recommend that you try drawing the Benzai 10 from over here. I wonder what that... Is that like some sort of shrine thing here? Is a Japanese Buddhist goddess of protection. Okay. Well, alright. There you have it, I suppose. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Yukiko nodded and stared out across the pond. This was the first time Yukari had seen her with her hair down. Looks like you can do all sorts of fun and stylish things with long hair. Yukari brushed her own hair with that saw. Something the matter? It was only then that Yukari realized she'd been staring at Yukiko for far too long. Oh no, it's nothing. Anyway, just do the best you can. Alright. Yukiko faced forward. Yukari also studied the pond before getting to work on her sketch. You know what I just was thinking of, because today I started playing the Final Fantasy VII Remake with a friend, and somehow that her hairstyle there reminded me a little bit of that. Or reminded me of the weird-ass hairstyle that Tifa has, you know, with her hair being more or less completely down, but it's somehow tied together at the very end of it. I mean, it's unique, alright, but I've never seen that before, so I just thought of that when she said you can do all kinds of fun things with long hair. Anywho, Yukari also studied the pond before getting to work on her sketch. A swan was resting on the bank. A raft of ducks were swimming in a bunch. Ultimately, Yukari decided to sketch those. Her pencil danced across her pad in absolute silence for the next several minutes. From time to time, she'd check up on Yukiko out of the corner of her eye. The girl was looking back and forth between the scenery and her sketchbook, face all scrunched. Furthermore, she'd also taken off her jacket at some point, as though she'd been sweating, her bangs now held down by a hair clip. Looks like there was no need to worry after all. Yukari removed her shawl, folded it up, and set it beside her. Boy, I'd sure kill for some duck soba right now. Kohane stared out at the pond and sighed. No hunting them. Yeah, I know. Not like they'd sell anyway. So you would if they did then? I think they'd sell yakitori at the local butchers around New Year's. Nice. Think they catch these birds? I doubt that. Kohane got up and approached the pond.
鳥は飛ばさないでください
Don't
ね
scare off the birds.
大丈夫よ
Hey, have some faith in me, will you? She then proceeded to take a walk down the promenade. It seemed she'd go around antsy, sitting around in one place. Yukari watched as her pigtails swished with each step she took. Just then, Kohane passed by a woman in a kimono. Oh. Yukari rose to her feet.
こんにちは
Good afternoon. I don't actually remember how much Yukari got into contact with her, but they would know each other probably.
こんにちは
Good afternoon to you too, Miss Kuchiki. I guess she probably stopped by a couple of times at Toko's house, so she would know her, of course. The woman in question was her former classmate's mother. The two of them had met on numerous occasions.
写生会かしら
Are you girls out sketching the scenery?
はい
Yeah. Yukari found it hard to talk to her. Though the two of them had seen a lot of each other, they'd rarely actually spoken. Plus,
写真を撮ってもいいかしら
mind if I take a picture? Huh? Chizuru pulled out a camera.
モデルになってほしいというわけではない
Oh, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not asking you to model for me. You can just be a part of the background, that's all. Alright, I don't think I'd have a problem with that.
お友達もよろし
What about your friend? Would you like to be in it as well?
それは
I'll ask.
聞いて
Kari went over to Yukiko, the latter nervously looking Chizuru's way.
知り合いの方が写真を撮りたいそうな
The
の
lady wanted to know if she could take a picture. Don't worry, she's not a stranger. Oh, really?
どういった方が
Then should we get out of her way?
そうじゃなくて
No, you have it all wrong. Apparently she wants us in the shots, the way we already are. What?
じゃあポーズ決めちゃった方
In
が
that
いい
case,
のかな
and you think we should strike a pose? Kohane joined in on the conversation as she got back.
違うのよ風景の一部として
No, no, it's not that kind of photo. She said she just wants to take it with us in the background.
そのくらい
If that's all it is, then I guess I'd be okay with that. However, the anxiety on Yukiko's face betrayed her words.
だじゃあ私も本を読んでる
Sounds
とこ
like
がい
I'd
いわ
look
よね
best if I was reading a book in the shot then. Kohane quickly removed her coat and sat back on the bench. I'm pretty sure Kohane would probably enjoy being more in the spotlight, but you know.
今まで通
I
り
think you can get away with just drawing like you were before in the picture.
ごめんなさい
Sorry about all of this.
うん
Oh no, don't be. Yukari nodded to Chizuru and returned to where she'd been sitting, picking up her sketchbook once she was back. Just try to pretend the camera isn't even there. Yukari calmed down and stared out at the pond. Meanwhile, Kohane had struck a pose almost identical to the sinker. Of course. Yukari felt the tension lift from her shoulders. You supposed she had Kohane to thank for that. While she was at it, Yukari snuck a peek at Yukiko too. Her pencil was completely frozen in place.
ありがとう
Thank you. Chizuru bowed after taking the photo.
いい
Oh, you're welcome.
トーコ
Toko
が
would probably be right here with you all, wouldn't she?
加わっていたのですよ
Were she still alive, that is. Yukari's mind locked up at those words. There was nothing she could say to that.
ごめんなさいね
Sorry for bothering you
お知らせし
girls.
ちまって
I hope we see each other again.
また
Chizuru went on her way.
トーコって
It was Toko. Kohane's face was twisted in curiosity.
知り合いです
An old friend of mine. That was the only answer Yukari could bring herself to provide. Yeah. I guess it would be kind of difficult to talk about everything that happened right in the past. Okay. I think this is probably a good place to stop for today. We got through quite a bit. Although, I mean, I feel like there was a lot of character interactions more than actual development, I guess, in the story. Although, of course, we can't forget about that murder that happened. That did certainly that did certainly advance the plot. But then, of course, yeah, there was also the whole, I guess, cold thingy. But we don't know much on that front. And of course, Masaki's back from his coma. But yeah, we still have to see how all of this ties together. But we'll find out about that tomorrow. Maybe if I feel like it, I'll eventually throw in something else just to mix it up a bit. But I do want to keep going with this, even if, you know, it's probably hard to join into it mid story. But it's just a game I definitely wanted to play anyway, so I'm gonna play it, right? But yeah, with all that being said, thank you very much for stopping by. I'm gonna send you over to the boomer who's suffering in Elden Ring. Which, by the way, I've also received as a belated birthday gift, so I will probably play it eventually. But not as soon. So, yeah. But yeah, thanks again. And until next time, have a good one. Take it easy. Bye-bye.